We're on the record in case numbers 2022-00366 and 2022-00367. Electronic application of Mountain Water District for a general adjustment of water rates and electronic application of Mountain Water District for a general adjustment of sewer rates respectively. My name is Kent Chandler. I'm chairman of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Joining me is Vice Chair Angie Hatton and Commissioner Mary Pat Regan. I would ask if anybody has cell phones that they please either turn them off or turn them to silent. The purpose of today's hearing is to take evidence on the matter. We'll first start with the entry of appearance of counsel for the applicant.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mountain Water District, Gerald Wucher, the firm of Stolkien and Ogden, PLLC. My address is 300 West Vine Street, Suite 2100, Lexington, Kentucky, 40507. And Your Honor, if you would like, I'll go ahead and just introduce the persons from Mountain Water District that are here today.
That'd be fine.
Okay. Appearing on behalf of Mountain Water District today will be Tammy Olson, the district's general manager, Michael Spears, who is a CPA with Mike Spears CPA LLC, Connie Allen, a professional engineer who is the principal for Salt River Engineering, Kevin Lowe, who is the office manager of Mountain Water District, and Carrie Hatfield, who is the Chief Financial Officer of Mountain Water District. All of them either filed testimony or responded to requests for information submitted by the Commission. Also today here is Randy Tackett, who is the Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of Mountain Water District.
Thank you, Mr. Wucher. And for Commission staff?
Jennifer Phil.
Thank you, Ms. Phil. It looks like, Mr. Wucher, that proof of publication has been noticed and that the notice ran 8 days ago in the Appalachian News Express. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor. And proof of publication has been filed with the Commission.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move on to, well, let me just ask Mr. Wucher, we can save ourselves some time. Everybody to the left of the hearing room is with the district, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, since there's no one here in order that is interested in providing public comment, per the notice in this case, instructions were up on our website for folks to sign up to provide public comments in this case. Remotely or virtually, no one as of about 10 minutes ago indicated their interest in doing so, so we would just remind folks if there's anybody that would like to file a public comment in this case, you can do so by either emailing the Public Service Commission at psc.comment@ky.gov, or you can mail public comments to the PSC at 211 Sower, S-O-W-E-R, Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky, 40602. All right. Is there anything that we need to take up before call first witness?
Nothing we're aware of.
Mr. Wucher, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, we call Tammy Olson.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Tammy Olson, 73 Mullen Fork, Stone, Kentucky, 41567.
All right, Mr. Wucher, you may ask.
Your Honor, just to give notice to the Commission, we had gone ahead and placed all the files that had been filed, the responses to requests for information, the application, on a laptop that is in the witness area.
That'll be fine. That's all that's on the...
Yes.
Okay.
The witnesses some of them may want to take up their own personal notes and papers.
That'll be fine. Thank you.
Ms. Olson, can you state who your employer is?
Mountain Water District,
And how long have you been employed at Mountain Water District?
20 years.
And what's your current position with Mountain Water District?
General Manager.
And how long have you held that position?
Only a few months. Officially, since July 1, the board did select me to fill the role of from the retiring general manager as of April the 10th, but I was only acting general manager until his official retirement date of June 30. So I assumed the role on July 1.
And your predecessor, was that Roy Sawyers?
It was.
Now, as general manager of Mountain Water District, are you its chief executive officer and responsible for its overall operations?
Yes, sir.
And prior to your appointment as general manager, what was your position with Mountain Water District?
The official title was compliance manager.
What duties did you perform as compliance manager?
Ensured that the district maintained compliance with all state, local, federal regulations, with also with Division of Water Regulations, Public Service Commission laws and regulations. I also was the official custodian of records, as well as the district's applicants agents for FEMA.
And how long did you serve as regulatory compliance officer?
Since 2016, I believe.
And what other positions have you held with the district?
I actually started as a file clerk. That didn't last long. I was promoted after about a month to administration, where I served as an administrative assistant for several years before being promoted to compliance manager. And at that time, it had some office management duties as well. Those were eventually deferred to Mr. Lowe over time, and my duties changed to more of an executive assistant, compliance manager, overseeing compliance and PSC and Division of Water audits and that kind of thing.
Briefly, would you describe your educational background?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Kentucky Christian University in Business Administration. I completed the Utility Management Institute through Kentucky Rural Water Association and obtained the Utility Management Professional certification. I've completed multiple customer service training programs, as well as many hours in person and online with Division of Water training on regulatory compliance and water quality through the Public Service Commission with utility regulations and laws affecting utilities, as well as through FEMA in procedural training and disaster assistance.
In your role as compliance manager, did you assist in the preparation of Mountain Water District's applications for rate adjustment that are the subject of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
And did you also prepare or supervise the preparation of responses to commission requests for information in these proceedings? Or are you listed as the responsible witness for those responses?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned before, your predecessor was Roy Sawyers, your predecessor as general manager was Roy Sawyers. Prior to him taking terminal leave from the district, did he prepare written testimony that was filed in case number 2022-00366? And had he also prepared or supervised the preparation of responses to commission requests for information in those proceedings, and for which he was listed as the responsible witness?
Yes, sir.
And did he also, have you reviewed Mr. Sawyer's filed testimony?
I have, sir.
And have you also reviewed the responses for which he is currently listed as the responsible witness in case number 2022-00366?
Yes, sir.
And except for those responses that relate to Mr. Sawyer's background and work experience, if you were asked today the same questions that were asked to Mr. Sawyers in his filed testimony or in the Commission's request for information for which Mr. Sawyers is listed as the responsible witness, would your answers today be the same as Mr. Sawyer's?
They would.
Okay. So you were adopting Mr. Sawyer's testimony and responses as your own? Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Now, let me also ask, does that also extend to any responses that Mr. Sawyers was responsible for in the other case involving Mountain Water District's sewer rate application?
Yes.
Who is David Taylor?
Mr. Taylor is the district's operations manager.
Did Mr. Taylor prepare responses to certain commission requests for information in case number 2022-00366, and was listed as a responsible witness for responding to questions to those responses?
Yes, sir.
And has Mr. Taylor been excused from appearing at today's hearing because of certain medical treatment issues?
Yes, he has.
Have you reviewed Mr. Taylor's responses?
Yes.
If you were asked today the same questions to which Mr. Taylor responded and is listed as the responsible witness, would your answers be the same as Mr. Taylor's?
Yes,
Okay. So you are also adopting Mr. Taylor's responses as your own?
I am.
Okay. I just want to go over a couple of issues of importance, I think, to the district with you. The district is proposing to assess a monthly surcharge of $5.61 for water infrastructure improvements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that for a period of 36 months that the surcharge would be in effect?
That is true.
Okay. Does the district propose to use those proceeds to finance its water infrastructure improvement program?
Yes, for those items that were provided in the application, the surcharge proceeds will go directly toward those items and for addressing water loss issues.
So the principal purpose behind the surcharge is to address the water district's water loss issues. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Would you say, if I say water loss problem, would you agree with that?
Yes, I think I would agree with that. We've had an ongoing issue for a while that we've been working to combat for a while.
Could you briefly describe the district's struggle with water loss?
Absolutely. Water loss is very tricky in Pike County. Pike County is the largest county in the state of Kentucky per square miles, and the district serves all of it except for the incorporated limits of Pikeville and Elkhorn City. It is not flat topography. It is the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. We have elevation differences of up to 2,000 feet. We have people who live in hollows, across creeks, and on top of mountains. That requires an extensive, complex system, distribution system, and production system in order to get the water there to where they are. We have to use pump stations to pump it up and then regulators to regulate it back down. The district has over 1,000 miles of line in the ground that we maintain on a daily basis. And just as an anecdote, we were looking at it last night, that's as much line as going from Kentucky to Key West and Florida. It's, lay that end to end. It's quite an extensive underground network. We have 108 water storage tanks in the mountains. We have 136 booster pump stations, 42 pressure reducing stations. We just have a very complex system that is with 8 different pressure zones that can go all the way up to 300 pounds per square inch. That, in addition to the topography, the soil composition from hundreds of years of coal mining, decades of coal mining in that area that's left the soil in corrosive states, and all of that contributes to line loss, water leaks, line breaks. It's a constant battle, and the district, especially since resuming in-house operations in 2016, has made it a priority to tighten the system, replace and repair as much infrastructure as we can, but it's aging, and a lot of it was built and installed in the 60s. And when the district was formed in the late 80s, it was already 2 decades old. And so we have been working on replacing the aging infrastructure, but the revenue requirements that we need are for mostly daily operations. We need additional influx in order to be able to combat the water loss issue and to keep it at bay at this point.
Just to go over some of those challenges again, Pike County is the largest county in the state, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And so, and your service density, in some areas, is the district only serving a few customers and they're miles apart?
Yes, sir.
Does that pose a problem in terms of leak detection and actually finding leaks because of the few people in the area?
Yes, and we do have a program whereby we have installed zone meters. We have more of those that we would like to put in that allows us to reduce those quadrants and those zones and be able to monitor what actually goes through those. And through comparing those master meter quadrant zone usages to what the consumption should be of the number of residents or businesses in that area, we can tell which areas need to be prioritized for leaks. But the sparse population in some of those areas does make it difficult.
Okay, and you mentioned in your testimony some issues with service lines. What are those issues?
Yes. Several years ago, I was part of a study based upon our work order system where we took all of our leak work orders that occurred over a period of a few years and separated those between mainline leaks and breaks and service line leaks and breaks, and then by quadrant. We have 4 quadrants that we serve: Marrowbone, Shelby Valley, Pond Creek, and Grapevine. By now analyzing that data, we were able to see a trend in that 75% of the water that we saw lost in those leak repair work orders were from service lines. And so that is, I think 75% of the loss we saw was attributed to 3/4 inch service line leakage repairs.
Okay, climate change, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's fine. I'm done.
You had mentioned some issues with flooding and climate change. First, let me ask, how has the weather events in the last 18 months affected the district in terms of line loss and generally?
In 2022, the district experienced 2 FEMA declared disasters, governor declared disasters as well, in January and in July. We have areas of our service territory that were devastated. Obviously, when you have areas like that where you have creek crossings and river crossings washed out, meter bases that have been completely severed from the creek bank and continual leakage until you find where all the damage is, you're going to have a higher water loss rate. So I would think, especially during the last part of 2022, our water loss would have been up a little bit more than it is now. We've worked very hard this year in making those repairs for the damaged areas and tightening that system back up and replacing those damaged areas.
Okay, when you mentioned the January event, what exactly was that event? I mean, we're familiar with the event in June,
Right.
but what about the January? What exactly happened?
That was actually a flood declared disaster through FEMA 4643, which was concentrated for the most part in the eastern part of the county. The Pond Creek area, Big Creek, Blackberry area, those areas. It wasn't as extensive as the one in July, however.
Both those events, I take it that it had 2 problems. One was it increased your water loss because of the damaged lines, but did it also increase your expenditures and expenses in terms of repair?
Yes, sir. The January flood, I think, the total amount that the district incurred on that one was about $250,000 267, I believe it was, 267,000 in unbudgeted repairs, additional contract labor. We had to bring in additional equipment, that kind of thing. July was estimated at 650,000. Now, there is quite a bit of damages, water loss, labor that FEMA disallows. So that, all of those are expenditures that the district does have to incur. Now, some of that we will get back on from FEMA, but we've had to pay for all of that up front. The repairs, the pavement replacement, the gravel hauling, the directional boring, the horizontal drilling, all of that the district has had to pay that up front. So that it has made a definite detrimental impact on the district's finances in the last year.
Okay. Getting back to water loss, what efforts has the district taken to reduce its water loss?
When Mountain Water District returned to in-house management in 2016 from a contract management company, the board at that time made a commitment to reduce the water loss, getting back into compliance with the PSC regulations. They started a monthly committee meeting to address water loss that involved the two board members, I believe the district's attorney, the general manager, and the operations manager. They would get monthly updates, summaries of what was happening. They also created a leak detection crew. That is a crew, I think we have 5 or 6 on that crew at this time. That's all they do is work nights, which is the best time to do leak detection, when the lines are quiet, there's no traffic. And the district purchased the correct audio equipment to be able to detect that. We have also made infrastructure investments in those zone meters, which I think at this point we have 42 in the system, 41, with plans to install more in the coming years as funding allows.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but was one of the actions the district taking that it replaced all its residential meters?
We did do that. We upgraded and replaced all of the residential meters within the last few years, yes.
And regarding the service line issue that you talked about, did the district institute some type of policy related to the service lines?
Yes, sir. For the last 3 or 4 years, the district, instead of putting Band-Aids on these service lines, have been replacing them from the main to the base when they encounter those that are leaking. That has had a wonderful effect on water loss, because we're not just Band-Aiding the problem, we are replacing it and giving it much more longevity and strength, and with new materials that are more effective.
What efforts has the district taken with regards to system telemetry to connect all its pump stations and meters and whatnot?
Yes. As I said before, the district has extensive infrastructure, 108 tanks, 136 pump stations. We have also on the wastewater side, 10 either large plants or package plants, and we have a percentage of that is on telemetry, which means it can be remotely monitored 24/7 from the water treatment plant or from the operations manager's phone or laptop. We do have a ways to go. We don't have it all. We have about 40 to 45 sites, I think, at this point that are covered remotely with telemetry. The others have to be manually monitored. However, the goal is to install more telemetry, either cellular or radio, on all of our facilities, so that it will reduce tank overflows. It will allow us to more efficiently monitor and operate our pump stations and regulators and all of our infrastructure in the field.
Okay. Now, did the district develop some type of capital improvement plan a few years ago?
We did. That was developed in association with Bell Engineering and Environmental Design Consultants.
Has a copy of that plan been filed with the commission in this case?
Yes, sir.
Now, would it be correct to say that the proposed surcharge, the district expects to generate approximately $3.3 million in revenue from that surcharge?
Yes, sir.
And what does Mountain District propose to do with that revenue? And perhaps to make it easier for you and get a little bit of a, make it easier for the commission, may I approach the witness? I'm going to hand you this document, and I'd ask if I could add that mark to Mountain Water District Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Okay, is this document attached as an exhibit to the district's application for rate adjustment in the water case?
It is, sir. I believe it's Exhibit 20.
And does this reflect the proposed uses that the district intends to make of the surcharge proceeds?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay, without going into a lot of detail, but could you kind of summarize the main areas that the district is attempting to address with the surcharge proceeds and how they'll be spent?
Certainly. We are looking at service line replacements. As we talked about before, those tend to be sources of a higher percentage of water loss when it comes to line leaks and breaks. So we're looking at replacement of about 2,250 of those over 36 months. We're looking at installing telemetry and standardizing that equipment for tanks and pump stations, as well as some replacement of booster pump station and PRV infrastructure. We're looking at replacing some main lines in a couple of problematic areas, and staffing and equipment to do the work.
Are the proposed expenditures consistent with the capital improvement plan that the district and Bell Engineering developed back in 2020?
They are, and I believe that that particular capital infrastructure replacement program extended out to 15 years maybe, but it broke it into 3 to 5 year chunks. And so this is according to that or in line with that plan.
Okay, and would it be correct to say this is not the end, this is the beginning?
Absolutely,
Of
sir.
your effort. Now, whether it is financed through the surcharge or other purposes, this is just a start.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Regarding the surcharge, what measures does the district propose to put in place to ensure that the funds are properly expended and that the expenditures are transparent to both the public and to the Public Service Commission?
The district has proposed that it will bill the surcharge as a separate line item on the bill, labeled Water Infrastructure Improvement Surcharge, to identify it specifically on the bill. The proceeds will be maintained in a separate interest-bearing account. We will provide monthly water loss reports to this commission. Any expenditures from the surcharge proceeds will be approved by the commission prior to expending those funds. And we will submit monthly activity reports, which includes billing and collections reports, bank statements, a list of expenditures, and invoices for that. We have also said that any failure to comply with any of these terms and guides will subject us to refund of the surcharge proceeds that are remaining in the account.
Now, I want to ask a question that has come up in other cases, or at least is followed where the commission has granted a surcharge. It's the district's intent to begin, or it would like the commission to authorize the surcharge and authorize it to be, the district to begin using these proceeds as soon as the surcharge is authorized. Is that correct?
Yes,
So, in other words, the district is also asking the commission to approve these uses now so you can begin as soon as possible to implement the changes.
that would be ideal, yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess unlike other districts that have come in to ask for a surcharge, you've already done the capital improvement plan that has been the key requirement for a number of surcharges. Is that correct?
Yes, that is the basis for our plans going forward.
Okay, I want to ask now the $64,000 question, which is regard to water loss. And as a background, would it be correct to say that, say, between 2010 and 2020, Mountain Water District's water loss exceeded 30%?
Unfortunately so, yes, sir.
So basically, almost for every 3 gallons of water you produced or purchased, one was not getting to the customer at all. You weren't getting any income for it.
That's what I understand, yes.
And as far as the test period, what was the line loss during the test period?
I believe it calculated out to be a little over 27%, maybe 27.8, somewhere around in there during the test period.
And would that have been the same, would that extended all the way through to the end of 2022? Was that the amount that you reported in your annual report to the commission for 2022?
Yes, it's close to that, yes, 27.
What is the current line loss since the beginning of the year?
From January to June, July's is in progress of being calculated. It's down to approximately 22% for
Okay.
the first 6 months of the year.
Let me ask one more question on that, because I think a lot of people would say, well, you've gotten it down to 22% now from 30%, which is a significant achievement. Why do you need the surcharge then?
As I stated before, the district's infrastructure is extremely large and complex. I don't know of any other water districts in the state that compare to the complexity of the district system. Water loss will always be an ongoing battle, and the rates that we charge and the revenue that we receive for daily operations will help us with, operating the large system that we have. But combating the leaks and the breaks and the aging infrastructure will always need additional funding. And if we get this additional surcharge to help us get a jump start on this program, that will see us tighten up the system, reduce those service line leakages, it will help us to use the revenue from the other for our customers to do daily operations, to see to their daily needs. This is long-term. This will never stop. The district will always be battling infrastructure issues and maintaining the system. I will say that one of the changes that we have made was, David Taylor is a wonderful operations manager, but he works nights a lot because of leak detection activities or during the night. We did end up, about a year ago, bringing on a daytime operations manager that works under David Taylor, who, when they find those leaks at night, we now have a crew that fixes them during the day. So it's find them, fix them, find them, fix them. Before, they would find them and then have to find places on the schedule to do that. That's part of the reason why we've been able to make such progress this year.
Now, I want to switch gears for the final issue. That the district had filed a motion with the commission asking that the hearing be canceled. And as part of that motion, it also had a request that the commission expedite an order in this final order on the proposed applications. And I just want to ask, in terms of setting out a timeline when an order is issued, when the district will actually see that revenue. So the district had asked for the issuance of an order in October. When exactly would the district actually see revenue from any type of increase that the commission might authorize?
Water utilities use actual readings to bill their customers, which means we bill a month behind. If the commission gives us an order approving rates, say October the 2nd, it would be for any services rendered after that, which means we wouldn't be able to bill any of that usage until the month of November, and that we would not start seeing that revenue till sometime in December, possibly the end of the year. So you can state at least 60 to 90 days would the district be able to see any revenue from the date of the order. You can project that out because of the billing procedures that we have.
And are there any changes, seasonal changes in customer usage that might render the full effect of the order less?
Yes, sir. We tend to see lower usage months through the winter. In December, usually I think it's November through March. It starts picking up April, May, June. But those winter months are generally lower revenue months, lower usage months by our customers.
And as I understand it, Mr. Spears is going to briefly talk about the district's financial condition when he testifies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just two more issues here very quickly. Ms. Allen, as part of her rate study for the water application, had recommended a proposed line loss standard of 22% instead of 15%. Do you agree with that proposal?
I do agree with that proposal.
And just very briefly, why do you agree with it?
As I mentioned multiple times, the complexity and size of the district's system, infrastructure, the topography, the unique challenges that we face in Appalachia with the having to pump the water up and then regulate it back down, and the soil composition, all of that. It's much harder for us to maintain a low water loss, even in the best of times, in the best of conditions, as, say, a water district in central or western Kentucky who has flat topography with maybe 1,000 customers and one tank. We have 108 tanks on top of mountains that we have to maintain, 136 booster pump stations that all have electronics and multiple pumps and working parts and maintenance crews. And, you know, we work 24/7 to maintain the system that we have, and I think we've done an excellent job of doing that. I think the disasters last year did put us back a little, and we are very focused on compliance with the Public Service Commission's percentage rate, whatever they choose. But we would ask for a deviation to the 22%, taking into account the size of the district's infrastructure and the complexity of its system.
And one final question. Ms. Allen has also proposed a useful service to calculate the depreciation on your water mains using a 55-year service life as opposed to a 62.5 service life that's currently used. Are you in agreement with that proposal?
Yes, sir.
And I assume you'll defer to Ms. Allen for her engineering opinion on why that is appropriate.
I am familiar with her justification of that, and am in agreement with her arguments on that.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. I tender the witness over for examination by the
So, do you have any
commission.
questions?
Yes, good morning, Ms. Olson. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
I know it gets difficult behind that barrier, so let me know if at any time you can't hear me or understand. I'll try to rephrase the question. And also, just to let you know, as I go through the questions, it sounds like, you know, you have a good background with the district, quite knowledgeable on the topics that Mr. Rucher has questioned you on this morning. But if there's a question that might better be answered by one of the other members of the district here today, just let me know that as well so that we can defer that to them. Thank you for providing the information you have so far. It's a good background of the district's infrastructure, and a little bit about your proposal for the surcharge. Just wondering if you could tell us if the district had considered alternate funding for the projects that are listed in this infrastructure improvement proposal.
Some of that I will defer to Mr. Spears because he's familiar with some of the funding amounts that we've requested. I do know that we do have a request out there for water infrastructure capital improvements plan, which does address some of our aging infrastructure issues. That would be grant money. I know that we have done some zone meter installation with some funding that we've gotten in the last few years to address that as well. Funding right now that's not grant money, that is grant money is tight, and the district is not at this point willing to go into more debt service. It's better right now if we stay toward grant money or getting this funded through the customers who will benefit from the work.
I know you said grant money is tight. Had you guys tried to apply for any further grants for any of these proposed projects?
I know that there is some ARPA money. We've also talked to the Pike County Fiscal Court. Sharon Hall, who is their grant writer, is researching right now funding opportunities for not only to help us with infrastructure replacement, but water treatment plant improvements and those kind of things. So yes, we are investigating any other opportunities as well. It's just, it doesn't seem to be very plentiful at this time.
Okay. To your knowledge, are some of these projects that are listed in the proposal ones that would typically require approval from the commission by a certificate of public convenience and necessity or through a financing case?
A lot of this would be, I would think, in things that we could do in-house as we go, such as the service line replacements. As we found them leaking, that would not require it. The pavement replacement and backfill, that's all part of that, would be funded in-house. The only thing that I could think of that may need that is maybe replacement of infrastructure like pump stations and things like that. If we had to borrow money for anything like that for purchases for a term of longer than 2 years. Most of this, though, would normally be done in-house at the district's expense.
Okay. And saying that it would normally be done in-house, would you agree that there are projects that would normally be funded with depreciation reserves, new debt, or a combination of those, as you kind of just discussed?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So other than just the fact that, funding is tight, grants are tight, any other explanation as to why you're requesting to implement it as a surcharge instead?
Well, I know that there were discussions with Mr. Sawyers and the board and Mr. Spears regarding this. So I would defer that answer to him. He may know more about the background of why the surcharge was implemented to begin with. I would think that it would be something that the customers who will benefit most from the reduction of the water loss and the tightening of the system, it's a short-term thing for 36 months that is not overburdensome at $5.61 each, and it's not permanent. So if we could use that to help boost and generate our efforts in the beginning, I think it was considered to be an excellent idea rather than having the district go into further debt.
Okay. And I know you guys have presented in the record a capital improvement plan that was prepared by Bell Engineering. There's already been some discussion about that. Is it Mountain District's practice to prepare these types of capital improvement plans? Do you know when the last one would have been before this, or if one had been prepared before this?
I don't think that there was an extensive plan to that extent done prior to that one. I think after we returned to in-house management and the water loss issue, our percentages were so high, and the infrastructure was aging, and the board realized that during the time of contract management, there was not a whole lot of infrastructure replacement and rehabilitation that was done. The need was very, it was emergent that the district spend that time to reflect and review on everything that we had that needed to be replaced and upgraded. And I think that was the catalyst for it being requested to be completed. I think there was a small one that was done in-house just prior to that by Mr. Sawyers and Mr. Taylor. That was a rudimentary sort of sketch outline of what we were looking for, and then Bill took it and ran with it and produced an excellent capital improvements plan that was actually brought here, I think, to the PSC in an informal meeting and for the commission to take a look at.
And it does appear from looking at the proposed projects in proposal of the surcharge that the majority of those projects, if not all, are included in that 2020 capital plan, correct?
I'm not familiar with the entire plan, but I do believe that what has been proposed in the surcharge is definitely in line with what was in the plan, yes.
And have you read through the entirety of that capital improvement plan?
I have not. In my position previous to this one as the compliance manager, I had skimmed it. I had reviewed a lot of the charts. I had worked with David Taylor on some of the data. And I was present during the presentation by Bell Engineering to the board of the plan. I cannot say that I have read it beginning to end. I was just, since my tenure as general manager just started, that's one of those things that I will be getting intimately familiar with. However, I am familiar with its contents, the structure of it, and was part of some of the data acquisition within it, yes.
Okay, great. So you have a general knowledge of what is included as far as the actual projects that were recommended to the district?
Yes.
Okay. Part of the proposal, we're going to switch back to the actual surcharge proposal by the district in the record here, is the addition of staff to assist with the leak detection team in water loss reduction. Could you explain to the commission why this proposed additional staff should not be included in the base rates for salaries and wages and incorporated into future base rates?
Since this is a temporary surcharge, which will only run for 36 months, I don't want to speculate here because I did not draft this. I know Mr. Sawyers did. However, and I hate to keep harping on the size of the district, but it is a factor. We have 4 quadrants staffed by 3-man crews that maintain our large complex infrastructure. If you start doing this amount of work, which is 750 service lines per year, which you're looking at, several a day, we don't have the current manpower to be able to do that and maintain daily operations. And so those additional staff members were added to this plan in order to accomplish the work that's in this plan for the 36 months. These particular 4 employees may or may not be added to the district's, permanent staff at the end of this surcharge. We will have to evaluate the effectiveness of the surcharge work at the end of the 36 months to ensure that it has accomplished the goal that we've set for it, in the reduction of water loss and the tightening of the system and creating a more effective and efficient running system. So, we will address it at that time, but I think that's why it was included, because we don't have the staff at this point to include that.
Okay. In Mr. Sawyer's testimony, he refers to hiring 1 employee to the leak detection force. However, in a later exhibit 20, it makes mention of 4 laborers. Do you know how many actual employees are projected to be hired as part of this proposal?
The only chart that I'm aware of as far as adding staff is Exhibit 20, which includes 4 laborers, and the vehicles and equipment to accommodate those. If, I'm not familiar, I've missed that, the one additional leak detection. Can you direct me to where that is in the application, please?
Let's see. It's in Mr. Sawyer's testimony at page 12.
I will review that and address it in the post-hearing data request, if that's agreeable.
We can do that.
Okay. Do you have a copy of the testimony? Can we just do it now?
It's at my seat, I don't have it up here.
All right, Mr. Wutcher, do you mind, since this is your testimony now?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's here.
Hold on just a second.
Gee, they page 12.
Larger, so you can read it. Read it right here.
Are you there on page 12, Ms. Olson? If you
Yes,
look
yes,
down,
yes, ma'am.
it's the bullet points he has there, and the very last one says the addition of 1 employee to the district's leak detection force.
Yes, I see that.
Okay.
That is not included in the proposed water infrastructure improvement surcharge exhibit.
Are you aware, are you personally aware whether it is 1 versus 4 that is proposed to be hired?
My understanding is that it's always been 4,
4, okay.
a crew, which would include laborers, equipment operators, just a whole crew to facilitate these replacements.
Okay, thank you. And then you've mentioned a lot that this is a temporary surcharge and the possibility of maybe retaining those employees. I mean, does the district, have you looked far enough out as to how the district will be able to fund that? It's just kind of a concern, since this is a temporary funding, possibly if the commission grants it, as to how the district would handle that moving forward.
I'm not in a position to speculate that at this time. You might want to address that as well to Mr. Spears or Ms. Hatfield to see if that has been a discussion during the surcharge discussions.
Sure, let me ask you just in general, has the district looked forward any past that 36-month temporary time period as to, whether they believe any of these projects would still be ongoing? And if that is the case, what the district's plans might be to fund those moving forward?
Well, I think the capital improvements plan that you have there, it shows that the district has done some research on going forward as far as what needs to be done and to what scale. I think the initial 36 months of the surcharge is to get a jump start on that plan, to give us an opportunity to evaluate the effectiveness of these steps going forward. And we would reserve, the request to be able to continue the surcharge if we find that this is being effective, and to continue with that after the 36 months if necessary.
About this capital improvement plan that Bell Engineering did perform for you guys and prepare, do you guys have any plans to revise that or update it? I know you said that one had not been prepared prior to this, to your knowledge.
There was a informal one that was done in-house by Mr. Sawyers and Mr. Taylor prior to the one by Bell, but that was the only ones I'm aware of.
And I know the improvement plan sets out certain projects for certain amounts of years. I was just wondering if the district had set forth a plan to take a look at that, revise it possibly, and update it in the future.
There's not a formal plan to do that, but we absolutely will keep that up to date and reviewed. I'm sure that the board will take a look at that, every few years to ensure that we are on track with what our original plan was and to make a plan going forward.
Another specific part of this proposal is the purchase of some vehicles and specific equipment. In this Exhibit 20, those vehicles, I believe it's item number 14, as well as the staff in item number 13 are noted under this description as system-wide. In the capital improvement plan, I believe I read that it recommends to the district these projects, and it recommends a surcharge solely related to efforts and projects for water loss reduction. Just can you explain whether or not that equipment and those vehicles, as well as this additional 4 laborers that are proposed to be hired as a part of using these surcharge funds, is going to be used solely towards those water loss reduction efforts?
Yes, ma'am. That is my understanding, that these 4 workers will be dedicated specifically to accomplishing the plan that we're presenting to the commission. The 13500 series truck will be for the purpose of hauling the excavator. That's why it has to be larger. The other 1500 series trucks are for staff, for the size of our infrastructure, to get around in. We currently have a fleet, but with the economy and the difficulty in getting vehicles and equipment right now, we just don't have a lot of spares, so these would be needed additionally. The UTV would be for the being able to get to some of this infrastructure that is on top of these mountains that where trucks can't get to. The air compressor and the hammer would be for bullets to go under creeks and under roadways, and the trailers would be for hauling. So yes, all that would be necessary, and they would be dedicated to this project for the 36 months in which we would be doing the water loss improvement plan with the surcharge. Sorry, did I answer your question?
Kind of. And as far as, I know you're not wanting to speculate as far as the employees, additional employees that are proposed as part of this plan, but I would ask the same thing about this equipment and vehicles that you would propose to purchase with these funds. Are you able to explain what would happen after that 36 months? Any plans that it will possibly be sold? Or if it would be kept and possibly rolled into the standard utility equipment for accounting purposes?
If after 36 months, we find that this surcharge and infrastructure improvement plan has worked, and we are maintaining our compliance with water laws, and we don't feel that we need to pursue it any further, then my understanding is that particular, those particular assets will be absorbed into the district's fleet and equipment asset inventory, and will be used for daily maintenance, construction, and continue to be used toward our water loss efforts.
Okay, thank you. So we'll switch gears for a second from the surcharge proposal. The district was assessed, I'm sorry, I lost my place here. There was an assessment levied, and in response to staff's third request for information, it was confirmed that that was a Department of Revenue assessment, and you guys did include a copy of that. Are you knowledgeable about that assessment?
Can you clarify what that was for, please?
It was provided as attachment 3-3-2 in response to the third request for information, if you want to have a look at that. And it's in response to question number 3, if you can get that pulled up.
I'm sorry, which case was that again?
It is, it's the sewer case, 367, 22-367. And it is staff's, response to staff's third request, number 3. So as it reads there, it's for the purpose of maintaining the commission, including payment of salaries and all other expenses, and the cost of regulation of the utility subject to its jurisdiction. The Department of Revenue shall each year assess the utility in proportion to their earnings and receipts. Just curious if you were familiar at all with that assessment.
I would have to say that at this point, I am not. That particular responding witness was our legal counsel, not anyone within the office that I would have gotten that from. So I will research that, though, and
If I could
and find out
clarify
more about
that,
it.
I believe that each year the commission, the budget for the commission, or the funds that are necessary for the commission, are based on an assessment that is made to all the utilities based upon the revenues that they had for the previous year. And the utilities, such as Mountain, are required to file a report of gross operating revenues, I believe by June 1, maybe earlier than that. And based on that amount of gross operating revenues, a bill is issued by the Department of Revenue, the funds of which are supposed to go into a special account that are supposed to be used to maintain the commission. And my understanding is that proposed adjustment was because during the test period, the district had apparently paid one of the assessments for the prior year before the beginning of the test period, and the current, during the test period, it received another assessment for the next fiscal year and did not pay that until after the end of the test period.
Does that give you what you need?
But those documents, by the attachments, were obtained from the Public Service Commission.
Okay, so can you confirm that the assessment in question was included in the test year operations expenses?
It was,
We'll have to ask as a post-hearing data, because we gotta,
yes, I think you're right.
unless you've got
Yes.
co-counsel that can come in and take over for you, and you'd like to take
No,
the stand,
I-
Mr. Chair. It's not my fault, it's the Supreme Court that says you can
No,
only be a witness or
Yes.
or an attorney, but
I
not both.
understand, I get carried away, I
Sure.
apologize.
I would say
But
that-
we can respond to that. in
Yeah,
a-
my response to that would be, I would defer that question to our CFO, Carrie Hatfield, or our CPA. You can ask Mike Spears those questions at that time,
Thank you,
at
Ms.
the time of
Thompson.
their testimony.
Are you aware that part of the application proposed to normalize salaries for both current wages and what the district termed imminent wages?
I do know that a part of the application was, did include wage rate increases for our employees. And I think that is that is necessary in today's economy. Our staff are dedicated. They work very, very hard. And just in the last few years have taken, the current conditions of the economy has taken a toll on our employees. We've had high turnover rates as well, in that we've lost a lot of good employees, trained employees, to places like Walmart and the fast food places, and even the Department of Transportation, who all are able to pay wages that are more than the district does. And our employees are trained, dedicated, 24/7 employees who provide essential services. And so that is important. It is imminent, urgently needed for our staff.
And can you explain whether the district, why it, well, actually, first, can you confirm whether any of those imminent wages that were proposed have actually been implemented?
Not to my knowledge. I know that even Mr. Sawyers, before his retirement, had questions raised to him from employees, and we've always just tried to stress to them that we will implement it as soon as the commission, approves or disapproves and lets us know where we are with that. So they are aware that we're trying.
And are you aware that the commission's standard of review is known and measurable when considering wages in regards to a historical test year?
Yes, I know that term.
So can you explain how the commission should factor in or calculate based on the imminent wages that have been proposed, if they've not yet been implemented?
I would defer that question to Carrie Hatfield or to Mike Spears, as they, I'm sure, worked with Mr. Sawyers on presenting that part of the plan.
So as part of the request for a rate increase, Mountain District has presented a new rate structure, correct?
Yes, based on classification as well as meter size.
Can you explain whether Mountain District considered alternative rate structures to those that were, other than the one that was proposed in these cases?
I know that the district's current rate structure is based on meter size alone. The cost of service study that was done by Ms. Allen with Salt River Engineering, the rate classifications and her justifications for that are in the cost of service study, and I would defer that answer to her.
We will defer the more technical questions to Ms. Allen in regards to that rate structure proposal, but could you explain on your behalf as the general manager, Mountain District's thoughts on how the proposed rate design will benefit your system or benefit the customers?
Based on the research that I've done with the cost of service study and the application, I agree with Ms. Allen in that our current rate structure, which is based on meter size alone, is a little archaic and doesn't equitably distribute the cost of maintenance to the correct quadrants or classifications of customers. What she has done, I believe, is to look at the cost of maintenance for certain sizes and types of line and services and allocated costs for service based on the needs of that customer. For instance, at an industrial park, for example, you have a smaller industrial customer, but all of this large infrastructure and, separate fire suppression system, wastewater, all of that has had to be laid to that industrial park in order to accommodate future customers that may be there. Even if you get a small customer there that only needs a 3/4 inch meter plus sewer, their bill potentially would be less than $100 a month, which is the same as a residential customer with a 3/4 inch meter if it's based on meter size alone. What she's done is classified our customers like an industrial customer to be able to take into account what their infrastructure needs are and the maintenance of that into the cost of their service.
Thank you. Are you aware, or were you part of any discussions, though, in which an alternative rate structure was discussed prior to
was-
proposing this one to the
I
commission?
was not at the time, no.
Okay. Thank you. Staff have no further questions for Ms. Olson at this time.
Morning.
Morning, Commissioner Hatton.
Just a couple of questions. Regarding the surcharge, the 3.3 million is estimated to just be the beginning of the infrastructure improvements that need to be done. Do you have an estimated or an expected percentage of water loss after this round of infrastructure improvements?
That's an excellent question. I haven't projected that out. We've done a really good job in the first 6 months of this year, post-disasters, trying to recover and bring our water loss down. Anything can happen to make that rebound back up, but the goal, if the commission sets the goal at 15, the district will do everything they can to get it to 15%. However, we feel the 22% cap would be a better fit for the district based on our infrastructure. So the goal will always be zero, don't get me wrong. We would always love to have a perfect, tight system where there is no loss and we know where every drop goes. That's just not something that's going to be feasible for a water system our size with over 1,000 miles of line. But the goal will be at a minimum to whatever the district or whatever the commission sets as the Mountain Water District's target goal, and always to exceed that, to always be better.
And then another question relates to those weather emergencies, the floods from 2022. It looked like it was a little over $900,000 in expense to the water district from the January and July floods. Do you know how much you're still expecting from FEMA?
At this point, we have already received everything that we're going to receive on the January 2022 flooding, the percentages. The emergency work, the Category B from the July flooding has been received, and it was a little over 50,000, between 50 and 60. The Cat F work, the permanent work, is right now in progress with our PDMG, with FEMA, and that total work, see, you have to exclude a lot of things like water loss, which we do include on our work orders. We cost that out at whatever the lowest cost per 1,000 gallons is in our tariff. They will not allow us to claim that. So we include it in what it costs us, but that's not something that we can hope to recover from FEMA. So we're hoping to recover, at least in permanent work, another $300,000, $250,000 to $300,000 from FEMA coming, that will have to be turned back over to the state, because we did get some funding through the EK Safe temporarily in order to help us until that.
That was going to be my next question, whether any of those upfront expenditures that the district was forced to make,
Yes.
you were able to get help from the state.
We only was able to receive that recently within the last 6 months, and we did use it to help shore up our operations budget and
Okay.
operating. But all of that we get from FEMA on the July flood will have to be returned back to that program
So-
before next summer.
The $300,000 or so that you're expecting
We'll all go back to
has been
FEMA.
fronted by the state, and you'll have to give it.
I mean, go back to the state, yes,
Okay.
yes.
And did you have those figures in time to include them in this February application? I'm assuming probably not.
I don't think so. I don't think that, our CPA, Mr. Spears, would probably know more about when we actually got to apply for that money. But I think this rate case was well underway and finalized before that happened.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
How long have you been with Mount Water?
20 years, sir.
20 years. Okay. Do you, in your current position, or I guess by virtue of your current position or your previous positions, know generally what the finances of Mountain Water have been for the past 4 or 5 years?
Generally, yes. I do, as part of my position, to attend all board meetings and do the packets for the Board of Information for each month. However, I am not, in my previous position, familiar intimately with monthly financials or the audit. I have my pieces that I submit each year, and that is something that I definitely will be reviewing, researching, and getting more familiar with in my new role.
Okay, so high-level question, do you know whether in 2021, whether Mountain Water had a positive or negative net income?
I think for the last several years, we've had on paper, it's been negative. I think a lot of the reason for that is depreciation, which is non-cash. Our cash flow was okay, even though it showed, I think as negative on our annual audits.
Okay, so it has been negative. In 2021, Mountain Water requested approval for a loan. Are you generally aware of that from the PSC? A $5.93 million loan to refinancing existing loans.
Yes, sir, I am aware.
Okay. And that basically the idea was to refinance loans and hopefully yield, I think the assertion was, a savings to the district of about $1.1 million over the next approximately 25 years. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the case in which the commission ordered Mountain Water to file a rate case.
Yes, sir.
You know that? Okay.
Yes.
So in that, the commission noted a couple of things. The first is that the water loss was high, but had generally been either level or decreasing over the last 5 years prior to that. Do you remember that? It was upwards of 36 or 37% through 2016 through 2018. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. Then the commission in the order went back to the annual reports from 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 and noted that the utilities net income was negative each of those 5 years. Do you remember that part of the order?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And just let me know if this sounds about right, but I'm just reading from the order in that 2021 412 refinancing case. That that the net income in 2016 was negative 181,000, 2017 was about negative 1 million, 2018 was negative 1.8 million, 2019 was negative 2.6 million, 2020 was negative 1.7 million. And then I've got from the annual report here, I just pulled it up a second ago, that your net income in 2021 was negative 2.4 million. Does that sound about right?
It does sound about right, I think, but a majority of that would be the non-cash depreciation of several million annually, so,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, if you don't want depreciation, that's on you all, but had your rates, for instance, just in 2021 and 2020, if your rates just came out to the utility coming out with a net income of zero, that would have been in excess of $4 million that you could have recovered through base rates. Would you agree?
I'm not an accountant, so I would have to say if if that's your assessment, then I would agree with you.
Well, I mean, if you all broke even, you wouldn't have had the loss of 1.7 and 2.4 million dollars.
Right, we broke
That's
even.
that's
Yeah.
just the math, right?
Right.
Okay. If you had gotten that money, $4.1 million, would you have needed this $3.3 million surcharge?
I would think that the rates that, if we'd gotten that would be for daily operations and the management of the district. This surcharge would be for additional work that we are, I think, proposing to do outside of the rate structure. we
How does that
currently
work
have.
out? If you're not worried about the loss because it's depreciation, non-cash depreciation, why would you all have used it for daily operations? Why wouldn't you have used it to reinvest in your system for all of these capital needs you had?
Well, we're nonprofit, which means that obviously the rates that we get are to operate the district, to keep it running, and to make sure that it's safe and potable water to the best of our ability. Aging infrastructure is an issue not just for the district, it's for every utility in the country. And, there are additional funds that are needed outside of keeping the rates as low as we can to keep daily operations going, that we need to try to jumpstart the replacement of aging infrastructure. I don't know if that answers your question.
It doesn't, because you're asking us to raise the rates.
Right. For daily operations, yes.
Well, this isn't for daily operations. These are capital improvements. The majority of these, right? The $3.3 million.
Right, for the surcharge. Mhm.
Well, so let me make sure I'm clear on that. You're drawing distinctions between daily operations and the surcharge, is that right?
My understanding is that daily operations is what we need to keep the lights on, the doors open, the labor going, the customers happy, and the water safe and potable, and the sewer going. Infrastructure replacement is something that is generally funded through, maybe state, federal, local funds, something that, we can build that into the rates, but we try to keep them as low as possible. So we try to find funding opportunities that allow us to be able to help us to keep the system infrastructure replaced and upgraded without adding that additional burden to the customers.
Just to be clear, the $3.3 million that you're requesting to do capital improvements, you're requesting to do that via a rate increase.
Would you repeat that
The $3.3 million here,
for the surcharge?
well, you keep saying surcharge, but it's a rate, right? Customers pay it all the same. But
Right.
the capital plan that you all came up with, Bell Engineering,
Mm-hmm.
you are requesting to fund that capital plan through rates, correct?
Well, the surcharge to me is temporary, rates are more permanent.
I know it's probably splitting hairs, but we only have jurisdiction over rates. A surcharge is by law
Okay.
a rate.
A temporary assessment
Temporary
rate,
or otherwise,
assessed rate.
we
Okay.
set it until it's in effect. But
I
it's a
see.
rate charged to customers. It's a bill that they have to pay at the end of the month either way, right?
Understood.
Okay, so everything is temporary with the commission. It's in effect until we say it's no longer, that's just the reality.
Right.
But the surcharge that you keep referring to is an increase in customers' bills that you're proposing, right?
Yes.
And that's how you're
Temporarily.
planning on funding those capital improvements, right?
Yes, to get a start
Okay.
on those.
And some of these aren't capital, but the majority of this is capital improvements. Wouldn't it have made more sense to just go ahead and have your rates be adequate and have funded your capital to begin with?
I think the intent, and here I'm speculating again because I wasn't involved in the original part of it, but I think that we have to try to maintain the district's operations, infrastructure, everything, but there comes a point where it becomes cost prohibitive to our customers who are in the mountains, who are on fixed incomes, or we have a large percentage who are elderly, and I think the idea was to try to keep rates as low as possible for daily operations and to maintain compliance, while at the same time temporarily giving the district this boost of income to to get us started on some of this aging infrastructure control.
So my question is this: wouldn't it have made more sense to just incrementally over the years reinvest in the system as opposed to having to put this surcharge into effect now? I mean, you lost money on a net income basis for at least the last 6, probably 7 years.
Understood.
Upwards of, I don't know, it's probably getting close at this point to in excess of $5 million. Had the rates gone up a little bit in that interim, you would have already been able to afford and probably done these investments. Would you agree?
I would if that was something, I mean, would you agree that a rate case takes about 18 months from start to finish? And generally,
I've got some questions for you about how long it takes you all to do a
Right.
rate case, but that's not my expectation, no.
well, okay, so I will say this. The last rate request adjustment that we did was in 2014. It was completed in 15. It was a 3-tier rate change. So we had a rate change in 15, 16, and 17. In the years of 18 and 19, we did show a negative on our audits, but the cash flow was good because of the non-cash depreciation of being a part of that. In 2020, of course, COVID-19 hit. The PSC put the moratorium on the disconnects and the late payment fees that we weren't allowed to charge. And the very next immediate time that we could set a test period that was most representational of our normal operating year was the test period that we chose. I think had we been able to use 19 or 20 or all of 21 as a test period, we probably would have done a rate case earlier. I think there were discussions even in early 2020 of a rate case and a rate study being done. But because it was such a non-traditional time, we had to wait until a more representational time of revenue in order to set a test period for the rate study to be done to file the case. Does that make sense?
What's your perspective on depreciation?
Well, as I said before, I don't have training as a CPA, but my understanding over the years has been that depreciation is always a part of the financials. It's always reported, but it's non-cash. It's something that is required by accounting standards to be considered. But I personally, because I'm not a CPA and nor the chief financial officer, I obviously have to get more familiar with that. But it's looking at the cash flow and the bottom line is more where I concentrate on a monthly basis to make sure that we can have adequate revenue to pay the vendors and the employees.
When it comes to reinvesting in your system, do you have a perspective of whether or not there's adequate grant funding out there to meet all of your reinvestment needs and new investment needs and all of the other water utilities in the state?
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay. If you can't get grants, what other options are there, to the questions Ms. Fell was asking you, that you're aware of to finance in your system?
Well, the only other options, if grants aren't available, obviously would be loans, rate adjustments, surcharge
Okay.
assessments.
So there's either you get it from customers through rates, or you get a loan, but then you've got to pay the loan off, right?
Yes,
Okay. A loan, you would agree, you usually don't get an opportunity for zero interest loans. Loans have some sort of cost of capital with them
yes, sir.
and interest rate. Okay. Do you know whether there's an additional cost associated with using depreciation to fund infrastructure?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay.
I would defer that question to the district CPA.
Well, I guess my question is, if you think that if the negative net income in all of those years was merely depreciation expense foregone depreciation expense that the utility did not recover, and your only other option is either to now raise rates to do the investment that's necessary, or to go out and get a loan, which is not free, do you see how it's possible you all just gave up by having inadequate rates all those years, cost-free capital to have timely invested in your system, as opposed to now having to seek a surcharge?
I think that had we done it earlier than what it was done, we would have done a disservice to the rate case itself by not having a representational year.
Do you know whether other utilities filed for rate cases in 19, 20, and 21?
I would assume that they did.
Okay. So, back to your question about the 18 months, the question you asked me. I'd like to, I guess, understand this a little better, because I've got, I've had for years a Google alert set for, I've got a few of them, but one of them is Kentucky Utility Rate Case. So every time a news story has the words Kentucky Utility and Rate Case in them, I get an email notification. I've read the Appalachian News Express quite a bit over the years, mostly from notifications that say Kentucky Utility rate increase. It's usually not Mountain Water, though, so you can rest easy with that. But a few of them in the last 2.5 years have been about Mountain Water. And the first one was going back, I can remember, to 2021, early 2021, when there were a lot of news stories about water district meetings or fiscal court meetings regarding a surcharge. Okay. So that was 2.5 years ago now, right? April of 2021. Would you agree?
That sounds about right.
Okay. There were conversations then about seeking a, quote, surcharge for capital. Is that your understanding?
Seeking a surcharge, yes, for capital improvements, yes.
Capital improvements. And in fact, the utility filed a case to seek the surcharge. Do you remember that?
I believe I do.
That was 2021-172. Subsequently, Mr. Rucher, on the district's behalf, requested that the case be closed and removed from the docket because following the commission's decision to require the utility to file a rate case because of your significant losses in the last couple of years, quote, it would be more efficient, it is a more efficient use of resources of Mountain District and the commission if any request for a surcharge be addressed in the ordered application for a rate adjustment. So you all were supposed to file a rate case by December 28th, 2022. Is that right?
Yes, according to the
So-
order.
Okay. So the fiscal court was not, I can say, at least members of the Pike County Fiscal Court did not seem particularly enthused with the idea of the surcharge back in 2021. Is that a fair
Yes, sir.
characterization? Okay.
Yes,
And the amount that was discussed then was about $3.5 million. And I took from public documents that there was a discussion about using federal funds or some sort of grant funding to provide to the district to meet these needs as opposed to getting a surcharge. Do you remember that conversation?
yes, I'm vaguely aware of that, yes.
Okay. Was any of that money ever made available to the water district for that purpose?
Not to my knowledge. There was, I think, 1.3 million that was promised that I think was American Rescue Plan Act funding. We have not seen that yet.
Okay. Do you have an anticipation that to the questions that Ms. Fell was asking, that money will come? Have you had do you have any personal knowledge or conversations that leads you to believe that $3.5 million is going to come through that way as opposed to the surcharge?
No, sir.
Okay. So. So part of the conversation I have that Judge Jones specifically talked about in the, during these fiscal court meetings, that, this is a quote from Mr. Jones. Over the years, Mountain Water has been plagued by some of the same bad decisions that the fiscal court has been plagued with. And it goes on to say that, Jones said that one of those bad decisions was the district not setting aside money for the maintenance of infrastructure. So, does that ring a bell to you? Do you remember that conversation coming up about the utility not setting aside money to maintain the infrastructure?
I have heard Mr. Jones make that statement before,
Okay.
yes. May I? Sir?
No, yeah, give the full answer.
As I say, I've been with the district for 20 years, and not being a CPA or involved in the highest level of management, I think my understanding and thoughts on that was the district being a nonprofit was not permitted to have large surplus amounts of funds setting aside somewhere that they were that they could hold and use that in readiness for, I guess, capital projects. That being a nonprofit meant that you had to justify every penny, every expense, and having a surplus account somewhere set aside to spend on things additional from daily operations, that the PSC did not look favorably on that. I don't know if that was something that previous boards thought as well. That was perhaps my ignorance, that I don't know that that's the case, but I think there was a period of time that perhaps Judge Jones was referring to where coal severance money for many years was available for capital expansion, and the district took advantage of those grant funds and expanded their system quite a bit during that time. So there was a time when the district wasn't looking into rate structure issues because they were growing exponentially over those years, and the revenue, it was increasing. And I think it was possibly, well, if I'm going to speculate too much, so I'm going to stop there, but that if the district is sufficiently allowed to amass surplus in order to spend on capital improvements, that would actually be great to know for myself in the position, role I'm in now.
Have you ever heard of, and it's okay if you haven't, of a case, of a legal case called Public Service Commission of Kentucky versus DeWitt Water District?
Not familiar with that case, sir.
DeWitt Water District doesn't exist anymore. Well, maybe it technically exists, but it's not called DeWitt anymore. DeWitt is now part of, Mr. Woocher would know, but I don't want to have to implicate Mr. Woocher. It's now part of a larger water district. But it specifically is a case about the commission for years would not allow water districts to recover depreciation expense through rates. And basically the Supreme Court of Kentucky basically said, not only do you have to allow them, you can't keep them from it. This is not a question, but I would certainly recommend you have a conversation with Mr. Woocher after the hearing about the holding and the discussion by the Supreme Court about the importance of depreciation for the longevity and health of water districts in the state. I just throw out there, point blank. Is it your impression or understanding that you all should have a net negative income or a negative net income each year because of your impression of the of depreciation and the nonprofit status of the water district?
No, that's not.
Okay.
I don't think that's my impression at all.
Okay. So speed of the case, going back, Surcharge was discussed in early 2021. Later in 2021, you all were told that you had to file a rate case by the end of 2022. I want to go back to what you were saying earlier about the test year. You're saying that the board had discussions about a rate case prior to the commission ordering the water district to file a rate case by the end of 2022?
I believe so. I believe that there was discussions as early as March of '21 regarding doing a rate case study, rate study.
So you all were thinking about doing the surcharge and then following that up with a base rate increase?
I think so.
When did you all start working after you were ordered to file a rate case, start working on the rate case?
I would defer that question to those that would know at that time. I don't think I was in a position at that time to know when it started.
Okay.
I would defer that question probably to Mr. Spears and to Ms. Allen if she was contacted originally.
And then, when did you say that the capital plan came about, was initially created with Bell?
I know that, I'm pretty sure the small in-house one might have been in 18 or 19, and this one was 19 or 20. But I can find that out and follow up
No, that's
on
fine.
that.
I guess what I want to know is, was the capital plan that was done in conjunction with Bell Engineering done in anticipation of seeking a surcharge for that capital plan?
No, I don't think so. I think it was done just as a need was seen to make some capital planning for the future.
Okay. The capital plan that you all have here is about $3 million with a 10% contingency, or the proposed infrastructure improvement surcharge is to $3 million in costs and a 10% contingency. A number of these are things like excavators, dump trucks, UTVs, towable air compressors, a hammer bore, 3 trailers, hand tools and equipment, and about $600,000 in labor and expenses, labor and related salary and employment expenses. I want to make sure that I have an appreciation for, do you all see 13 and 14, lines 13 and 14 of that document to be only necessary insofar that you have a water loss improvement surcharge?
I think this particular spreadsheet was done by my predecessor, and I believe that those are all necessary expenses to create a crew that capable of doing the work listed for the line replacements, the rehabilitation of the plants, and the main line replacement. And I believe he was taking into effect the labor that it would take to do this work and what vehicles and equipment would be necessary, considering that what we currently have would be utilized in our daily operations and not be available extra to do this work.
Okay. Do you plan on taking out loans to pay for any of these capital expenses? Or do you plan on paying for all the capital expenses up front in cash by virtue of the surcharge?
What I foresee is us being able to monthly, or as we bill the surcharge, to be able to put that into an account. We ideally would like to raise enough to be able to do it directly from the interest-bearing account for the surcharge with the approval of the commission.
Okay, so let me just ask this then. Everything in line 14 everything I see in line 14, at least in most of the part, are all depreciable items. trailers, trucks, excavators, dump trucks, a couple of tools in there, but the majority of those things are items that depreciate. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The cost of those, the upfront cost of those is indicated to be in excess of $500 million. If you all anticipate recovering the $3.3 million over 3 years, that's $1 million in receipts, the first year, approximately, right? From the surcharge, would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So you all wouldn't have enough money to hire, even if that's all you put the money towards, to get the stuff in line 14 until halfway through the first year. Would you agree?
Yes.
And that's assuming you haven't hired the 4 people that are costing $100,000 over those first 6 months. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So then, even if you, 100, you'd have to wait till something like the ninth month of the surcharge in order to buy all of the equipment and items in 14 and have enough money available to start paying people in 13. So 3/4 of the way through the first year, you've just got line 13 and 14, but you wouldn't be able to, at that point, have any money left over to purchase or replace the service lines or the water main replacements. Would you agree? Because you would have spent it all on line 13 and 14 at that
It is
point?
problematic, yes, sir, and I've heard, conversations about how that could be accomplished.
Could you help me with that? I just want to make sure I have an appreciation.
I'm not prepared to answer that. I would defer that to Mike Spears, who I'm sure has had conversations regarding that, how that's going to work.
So, but
I'm not as familiar, and I don't want to speculate.
And
'cause
that's fine.
I may give you something wrong.
I start looking at this, and it appears to me that even if you recover the surcharge for 3 years, right, that it's going to be really hard to start work on it in the first year if you're only paying cash for everything from the surcharge.
I agree with you. And
Okay.
if there's an alternative that the district's financial team and the board have considered, I'm not sure on that, and I really would hate to speculate and say anything without backup evidence, so I would defer
But
that to them.
you stated earlier you have no interest in seeking a loan for any of this. Is that right?
Well, me personally, it's not up to me. I think the board has mentioned in the past that right now incurring more debt is not something they're interested in doing unless it's 100% urgent, and something that they can't avoid. And I think, that's the position that they have based on where we are until we know the
Is
decision.
that
of
is
the
that a
commission.
concern to your understanding about the debt service, the level of debt service that the utility already incurs?
I think that we're okay with paying what we already have. I think until the board knew where we were going to go with the commission and the rate case and everything, it's not, incurring more debt that was not really an option, something that they wanted to consider.
Because debt has costs associated with it. We discussed that earlier, right? I mean, there's a cost of capital associated with it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So why does it take 18 months to do a rate case? I'm just curious. That's not something that I've heard, that the expectation is it takes 18 months to do a rate case. What have you all run into that you feel has complicated the processing or getting done the filing of the rate case?
My understanding is once the decision is made, then you would need to do an RFQ to procure someone to do the rate study, the cost of service study. That takes time to complete, and then the commission itself, from the time that you file it and get it right and make sure that the commission accepts it, can have up to 10 months to make that decision. So if it would be 8 months on our end of getting the cost of service to find someone to do the study and then get the study done and then actually do the filing and then the 10 months. That's where I was getting that from. It's not necessarily that for everybody.
Not 18 months before the
se.
filing.
Right.
That's what, okay.
No,
I'm sorry.
overall.
I took your answer, your response to be that it takes 18 months before the application is filed. And that
No,
was-
that's, I mean, from the time the decision is made.
I understand.
Yes.
That's helpful. So 8 months until filing about. Okay,
Potentially.
that's helpful. Okay.
And that may also include the time that you actually see revenue. So for the district, from the time the decision is made by the commission of whether or not to grant the adjustment, the district is 60 to 90 days before we see the benefits of any rate adjustment.
I understand. Okay. Let's take a short recess and then I'll come back for a redirect with you, Mr. Butcher. We will come back at, let's just take 10 minutes. We'll go for till 11:10.
You're on, Chairman.
All right, we're back on the record in case number 2022-00367 and 2022-00366. Mr. Rucher, do you have any redirect for the witness?
Just a couple of questions. Your
Please
Honor.
proceed.
I'm going to go back to a couple of questions that Commissioner Hatton asked regarding the cost and the reimbursement from FEMA. Can you tell us the total amount of expenditures that were related to those two those two FEMA declared emergencies?
In combination, they were approximately 900,000.
And how much reimbursement has the district currently gotten?
So far, approximately 157 from the January flooding, which is all that we will get. And so far, a little over 50 for the emergency work on the July flooding.
And do you have any expectations regarding any additional amounts in addition to the 50,000?
Yes, sir. Permanent work is in progress right now. The summary reports for FEMA review are in progress by our grants manager. We're looking at approximately 250 to 350 additional, depending on what they disallow from the work orders that we submit and the backup documentation.
So that's going to put you roughly 350,000 that's going to have to come out of general funds that won't be reimbursed.
Well,
In terms of the 900,000 and...
oh, yes, the difference. Yes,
Yes.
sir. Yes, sir.
I want to ask very briefly about decisions to file for rate cases. Has the Board of Commissioners of Mountain Water District discussed how often rate cases should be filed with the commission?
Absolutely, sir. In March of 2022, the board passed a resolution in-house that going forward, the Mountain Water District will do a rate case or rate review every 3 years.
Okay, so there will be some type of filing with the commission every 3 years.
Yes, or some, at least a rate review to see if one is necessary. Yes, sir.
One other question that concerns the labor that's listed that's going to be financed through the surcharge proceeds. Is one alternative being considered by you were asked a question as to why that could not be, why that wasn't being financed through general revenues? Do you recall that question?
Yes, I do.
Is it correct that these are going to be new employees that you've not hired and that were not present with the district during the test period? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you can't really go forward and hire them until you get some funds to be able to pay them. Is that correct?
That's true, yes.
And is it correct that, or at least in your opinion, once these employees have been working for a few years, if the district has determined that the projects that they are working on or well, let me step back. The service line replacement that is being proposed here, it's 2,250 lines. Is that the sole amount of lines or sole number of lines that the district intends to replace over the next few years?
That is from the surcharge proceeds, yes, sir, that's what's been planned, which is $750 a year.
And my question isn't what is being used with the surcharge proceeds, but does the district intend, to the extent it can, to replace more service lines?
Absolutely.
And do you have an
Yes.
idea as to the number of service lines that the district believes will likely need to be replaced in order to reduce water loss?
Well, we have approximately 16,500 active customers at this time. There are quite a few more that are inactive, which also pose risks of leaks and water loss. I think we estimate around 18,000 total, but some of those are newer and are not, those will be prioritized last. The older ones will be the ones that will be replaced first in priority order with the older parts of the system.
So this crew that's going to be replacing service lines now, when the next general rate case comes up in 3 years, at that point in time, that would be something that the district could potentially roll over into its general rates. Is that correct? The
There's
cost
potential
these
for that,
employees.
certainly,
And
sir.
At that point in time, those expenses would be known and measurable. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, based on the previous 3 years, yes.
I think I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Is there anything else, Ms. Bell?
No further.
Thank you very much. You may
Thank
step
you,
down.
sir.
Mr. Rucci, would you like to call another witness?
I'd like to call Mike Spears to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Michael Spears. Office address is 107 South Arnold Avenue, Prestonsburg, Kentucky.
Mr. Rucher, before we get started, would you like to move for admission of Mountain Water
Yes, I
Hearing
would.
Exhibit 1?
Yes, I would, Your Honor.
Any issue with that, Ms. Bell?
No.
All right. We'll make that Mountain Water Hearing Exhibit 1. Mr. Rucher?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Spears.
Good morning.
Your name's already been taken in vain several times, so let me start out. Who is your employer, or what business organization are you with?
I've had an accounting practice, Michael Spears, CPA, PSC, since 1993. Work for myself. I have 3 current employees other than myself.
And could you briefly describe your educational background?
I graduated from the University of Kentucky in 1986 with an accounting and finance degree. Became licensed in, I think it was March of 93. I'd worked for two firms previous to that, and that's after licensures when I set up my own practice. And
And has Mountain Water District contracted with your firm to go ahead and provide accounting services?
yes, we've had, I've worked over the years as independent auditor for Mountain Water District, and then as just a contract accountant as well.
So how long has that been?
Started in 96 or 97, as I was hired as auditor at that point.
And currently, does your firm just provide accounting services, or does it provide additional services, advice, financial advice?
Basically, if the board has a financial question, they'll include me in, some of those, maybe not all, but obviously accounting advice. I do budget, I help with the budget, I'm usually on the budget committee. Review the financials monthly before they go to the board from the chief financial officer. And, I've kind of I've been on personnel committees at different times. I've been asked to do various different things.
Do you attend all the board meetings?
Yes, sir.
And I take it you provide reports to the district on its financial condition?
Yes, sir.
And are you asked to make recommendations to the board regarding some of the district's financial matters or some of its proposals?
From time to time, yes, I'm included in a lot of the conversations.
Okay. In the course of your work for Mountain Water District, did you assist in the preparation of Mountain Water District's applications to adjust water and sewer rates that are the subject of today's hearing?
Yes, I assist.
And in the course of your work, did you prepare or supervise the preparation of responses to commission requests for information in the cases that are the subject of today's hearing?
Yes,
And you prepared responses for which you are listed as the responsible witness, is that correct?
yes.
If you were, do you have any changes or corrections to those responses?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask, I guess, to direct your attention to Exhibit 13 of the application in the water case. And that application is, that exhibit is a, let me assist you with that. Get to it at some point. It's actually just. One second. Okay, there you go. Now that exhibit is actually an Excel spreadsheet that shows a depreciation schedule of Mountain District's water assets. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
Okay, and in the district's response to the first request for information, request 14, well, the commission staff in its first request for information at request 14 requested a copy of the district's most recent depreciation schedule, and the district referred back to that exhibit as in response, and you were listed as the responsible witness for request 14. Do you remember that?
yes,
Okay, the schedule that's there lists the service life used for water transmission and distribution mains as 55 years, is that correct?
correct.
Okay, and is that the service life that Mountain Water District is currently using when it reports depreciation expense in its annual report to the PSC or to its auditors?
No, we currently using 62 and a half.
Okay. If 62 and a half years were used as the useful life for purposes of calculating depreciation expense for the district's water transmission and distribution mains, what would the test period depreciation expense have been reported as?
62 and a half years. I don't know.
Okay, I
If
think that is, would the, let me help you out a little bit. Would the expense be $2,568,111?
that, to best of my recollection, memory, yes,
And that's not the expense level that's listed on the exhibit that you have in front of you, is that correct?
that's correct.
And that's because a different useful service life was used for water mains and transmission lines?
Yes,
Okay. Do you wish to amend your response to reflect, does the district intend to file with the commission today an amended Exhibit 13 that reflects the test period depreciation using 62.5 years as the useful life for purposes for calculating depreciation expense for its water transmission and distribution mains for the test period?
that'll be up to the district. We can provide that, certainly.
Okay. I mean, do you wish to amend your response to reflect that the depreciation expense using the 62 and 62.5 years for water distribution and distribution and transmission mains?
Yeah, 62 and a half years is 2.5.
That's the correct one for what you're reporting now.
Right.
Okay. Now, the district has proposed a different useful life for determining depreciation expense. But in terms of what was done during the test period, the 62.5 was what was used, correct? It should have been.
Yes.
What you would have reported on your annual report.
Yes, it would have been 62 and a half, yes. For audit purposes and the annual report.
With that correction, would your responses to the questions that you're responsible for and the request, responding to the commission staff's request for information, would your request be the same today if you were asked the same questions?
Clarify what? I'm not sure if I'm following.
Okay, well, let's step back a second. The responses that you made are responsible for in the two rate cases, aside from the change to the depreciation schedule, reflecting what the test period expense was using the 62.5-year service life. If you were asked the same questions today that you responded to, would your answers in the information request, would your answers today be the same as the responses in the information request?
Yes, we provide, this is 55-year. Have we, I don't recall if we've provided the 62 and a half. You would know that.
Okay, you have not provided the 62 and a
Okay.
half. That would be, Your Honor, let me go ahead and just explain for the record. When the district filed its application, it reported in its statement of operations a depreciation expense that was based upon a 55-year useful service life for water distribution and transmission mains. And it reported in its application, Ms. Allen has testified as to why that is an appropriate level. However, in terms of reporting for the test period, the district was still using a 62.5-year useful life. So there was a disconnect in terms of the schedule. And so we propose and will be filing today an amendment to Exhibit 13 that reflects the depreciation schedule as it was in the test period
At 62 and a half.
at 62 and a half. We are still proposing, and the amended depreciation or adjusted depreciation expense reflects the proposal for the 55 years useful service life. But we wanted to make clear of that so that it would be clear in terms of what the test period expense was and what the effect of the adjustments the utility is proposing.
So you've made the adjustment.
The adjustment has been made. It was reflected in the statement of operations, but it was not shown as an adjustment on the schedule. So just wanted to clarify that so there'd be no misunderstanding.
Okay, and you anticipate filing that today?
Yes, sir, we'll file it this afternoon.
Okay.
The exhibit itself is about 45 pages, so we're going to file it as a new amended Excel spreadsheet. And I apologize for the confusing questions.
No problem.
Let's go back for a second. There were a number of questions asked about to Ms. Olson about the infrastructure improvement surcharge. And let's start out with what is, to your knowledge, what are the district's plans regarding beginning to implement some of these proposed changes if it gets the surcharge? How is it going to finance some of these? Is it going to wait, or is it going to borrow money?
It will be the board's decision, obviously. The way I look at it, probably my recommendation, we'll have to analyze interest rates and various things at that time. By financing those pieces of equipment and paying them off over the 3-year surcharge, it would allow us to utilize that equipment earlier, but with cost financing and so forth, that'll have to be a decision the board will have to analyze.
So there's been no final decision made on that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Has there already been discussions, at least preliminary discussions, about the options available to the board?
Not in meetings that I've been in, no.
there's been some discussion already in this case regarding the district's decisions to, regarding its decision on when to file a rate case. Could you clarify, at least give us some background on the discussions that were involved in the decision to file a rate case and when it was decided to be filed?
Yeah, I do recall that there was decisions or discussions prior to the Public Service Commission mandating that we file. Over the period of time from, and the board was aware that we were headed toward a rate increase at that time. We had prior to that, and look, we were carrying a accounts payable that was 30 days or less, which is, that's 30 days. We were current within 30 days. Our cash balances were running 300,000. Our accounts payable was 200,000. So we could have at any point paid that off. Obviously, we didn't because you got payrolls and other expenditures that come up over the course of a month. But and then the pandemic hit. We'd already discussed when to go for, when to go, and I think April that year is when they put out the RFQ, if I'm not mistaken. And again, had we gone for, had they filed a rate increase at a point prior to that we did, and we just felt like that to get the full needs of the district, we needed a full normal year. During the pandemic, we were shut down on our disconnects and reconnects and fee charges and fees and for not payment. Not knowing how that was going to affect the district at the time, the district basically went into a mode that kind of repair, more of an emergency repair, rather than not knowing what our cash flow was going to be, because nobody had ever been through this before, and we didn't know what was going to transpire as far as financially. Well, we got less, so we spent less. Had we filed and used, let's say, half of that period before those were put back into place, that we charge those again, we would have shorted the district on those expenditures by 6 months. On top of that, we've now hit, record inflation levels, at least in most of our lifetimes, I guess, that we didn't anticipate being to the extent they are. And our, then we had the 2 flood events too. I mean, it's just been a perfect storm, in a sense.
So you're saying that part of the reason why the board did not want to go forward was because the current test periods that they would have used would have not been representative of the district's true operations?
That's what I was trying to say, exactly. Yes.
Now, there's been some discussion regarding depreciation and the district's financial condition. During, I guess, the district has been reporting a negative net income for some time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is the principal reason for that negative income?
Well, as Ms. Olson said, depreciation expense is $4 million, thereabouts, between water and sewer. We've had inflation. We've had, rising costs of employees, payroll costs. But depreciation, and back to some of the testimony, depreciation is necessary in that we use those funds to provide for debt service on that capital. We use that to provide for repairs and maintenance to keep our plant and everything in an operable condition. And without depreciation funds, we obviously wouldn't be able to do that. We have to have some way of servicing the debt and keeping the system in repair.
So now, during all this period, while you were having a a negative net income, you were still having a positive cash flow, is that correct?
Most of the time, yes.
And was that one of the reasons why, or at least one of the factors in determining whether to hold off until you could get a more representative test period?
Yes. And like I mentioned, we were 30 days on payables, which from a business perspective, is where you want to be. In ordinary business of any type. And we had a cash flow, we carried a cash balance of around, for the most part, in excess of 300,000 operating capital, or cash. And so the urgency that we're making payrolls, we're paying our bills, we're currently being able to pay our bills, keeping them current, not just paying them, I'm sure factored into the board's decision to wait. And then after the board hired Miss Allen, that was when the real discussion is, when do we want our test period to be? Obviously, it'd be great if it was an fiscal, which we're on calendar year, if it were on calendar year. But we would not have had, in our opinion, a representative test expenditures had we gone with a year-end 2021 due to the pandemic. And then we did catch some of the inflation probably in the early part of 22. So it's kind of, to lead them.
Would you say that going to the district operates on a calendar fiscal year, is that correct?
Yes,
And its audits are conducted for a period from January 1 to December 31 of each year, is that correct?
yes.
Would you say that in part because you were trying to find a representative test year and you chose one that kind of spanned two
Yes.
fiscal years, that it added to the delay in filing for a rate adjustment?
It added to and obviously it delayed the filing of the rate adjustment.
Well, let me put
By
it
6
this way,
months.
it made preparing the application more difficult.
But the application preparation is more difficult. Yes.
I just want to go back now to the current condition, financial condition of the water district. The district has requested that the commission expedite its review of the applications and issue an order, if possible, by October. And just kind of to reiterate, when will, if an order is issued in October, when will the district start seeing the revenue from that?
Probably, you're going to probably see some revenues in late November. We have 10 or 11 billing cycles. Those scatter throughout the month. They roll. And so it's possible you'll get some of that money in November, but you should start seeing it in December,
So a 2-month lag,
approximately.
6 to 8 week lag
Yeah.
is, so if that, and that would continue if the order was pushed out longer towards the end of the statutory date, the commission can
Yes.
review the application. Does the time of year affect the amount of revenue increase that the district might see from the, an order granting an increase?
The winter months are typically low usage months and lower revenue. We have our higher usage months in the summer and the hot part of the fall, August, September. Keep in mind, those bills are about 30 days getting billed, but yes, we see a swing, some fairly sizable swing.
Ms. Olson had testified that there were a number of major expenses that the district incurred unexpectedly, the weather-related events. What impact has that had on the district's financial condition?
It's had a really big impact on the district's financial. We had 3, August of 21, January of 22, and July of 22 we had major flood events. We've had 2 freeze events. we were, prior to obtaining the money from EK Safe, due to those flood events and the extraordinary repair cost, we were over 60 on our accounts payable, trying to keep those, because we got flooded with all of these repairs. Supplies and repairs, obviously. We use a lot out of inventory, but to replace that inventory, now we're dealing with higher price on the same products. It had a pretty major impact on our cash flow, yes.
If the order, if the district doesn't see any type of additional revenue from the proposed applications until sometime in December, what impact is that going to have on the district and its financial condition?
Well, we're right now, like I said, we're not at 30 days. We're probably in the 45-day range. As far as being able to meet the current needs. And, we're in the time of year, we could have another flood event. Those type things we have been prepared for, had the cash flow in the past to take on those. And now, if we had another major flood event prior to getting this, we would be in an issue, I think.
So you're saying that the district is maybe at greater risk now than it would have been earlier in the year or last year?
Definitely before 22, yes.
And just, would the, if the proposed increase is delayed, will that have an impact on the district's ability to timely pay its bills?
Yes. As you stated, if it goes beyond that, we're going to be in low water months anyway.
Okay. Will it have any, require the district to engage in cost-cutting measures that might cut operations down to the minimum levels?
Potentially, there's very few areas that you have control of the expenditure that's going to impact. And the big area that we have budgeted historically around $1 million to $1.2 million repair and maintenance. Well, obviously, if cash flow gets tight, that's about the only area that you have, laying off. And we've got that, those monies budgeted, but we would have to go somewhere, or, something major happened, potentially you could be looking at financing part of it, or till you got squared away, who knows? Vendors like to stay 30 days best they can. It's tough to do in those circumstances.
That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Bell?
Good morning. Again, if you can't hear me or have trouble understanding me, just let me know. There have been several things deferred to you, but if I ask you a question, it's something that perhaps Mr. Hatfield would also be able to answer, and you want to defer that, let me know as well. Firstly, as far as part of the rate increase proposal, in both applications, Mountain District proposed an adjustment for water and sewer to normalize salaries for both current wages and what the district termed imminent wages. Can you provide any insight? Well, first off, are you aware of the commission's standard review of known and measurable when considering wages in a historical test year?
I am vaguely aware. Yeah.
Can you explain Mountain District's request to factor in or calculate based on these proposed imminent wages? I believe it's been confirmed that those have not yet been implemented.
Yeah, I do know the board asked, the district was losing 2 to 3 employees a month. We're losing employees because of our wages. we are so low. And the board recognized to be competitive, especially post-COVID, basically the lower end of the wages across the country have gone up. And now we're not competitive. We're asking people to go work, maybe let's say in a meter full of water for $10, $11 an hour, and Arby's is paying $12 an hour. We've used some manpower, the board has, and just to make that clear, that was a true incident. One of the guys that was interviewed took a job with Arby's because they were paying more than the water district. And so we realized we were we've lost, and I'd have to defer to probably Ms. Hatfield could answer, but we've lost a couple equipment operators, I think some water plant operators, who are high-level employees for our district because of wages. I mean, they're crucial employees. And we've got, as Tammy said, I think, 4 crews over the 1,100-mile line or 1,000-mile line, whatever the total is. And we're already short-staffed if you look. I mean, it's almost impossible to think that they could keep up, but we can't afford to keep losing qualified and good equipment operators. So the board recognized that they're going to have to do something. So that's where these wage increases come from. Well, obviously, we knew we're headed into or we're already into the rate study at that point to include those and make it imminent. I think his word imminent was probably from the fact that if the rate's approved, if it's included in the rates that the PSC approves, that it'll immediately go into effect. That's my understanding of that, and the use of his imminent. Just from, that was just from meetings, conversations I've been in.
And Ms. Olson believed those had not been implemented yet. Can you confirm that?
I don't think so, but Ms. Hatfield can confirm for sure. But
Okay. And in Mountain District's application, it says that the wages are for 2023. Regardless of commission approval or not, are you aware of when those wages would be put into effect? Or if they would be put into effect?
depending on the outcome of this rate study, I don't think we'll just have, that would be a board decision at that time is what we could do, or can we do that full amount if it's not included. But it's going to be into 23, probably at a minimum at this point on this.
I'd also like to ask you some questions about the debt service methodology that was chosen by Mountain District. So firstly, in the water application, it was proposed in the revenue requirement to recover only the interest expense as incurred in the year following the test period. Does that sound correct to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Not aware of that? Okay. Are you aware of why Mountain District did not want to include the principal payments in the revenue requirement calculation?
That would be I'm not aware of it, but that would be a question for Connie Allen, I think.
As far as the proposed rate design in these cases, can you explain whether you were present or aware of conversations as to whether any alternative rate structures were considered prior to filing the application?
I was not.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I was not in any meetings or conversations.
Okay.
I think the proposal, I mean, we were looking to Salt River for recommendations on what we needed. And I would imagine that was the board's take on it, so I don't know.
me just a second. I think those are all the questions we have for Mr. Spears.
I don't have any.
Mr. Regan, any questions? Um, In the context of a nonprofit like a water district, would you agree that the purpose of depreciation is renewal and replacement of infrastructure?
Yes.
So the inability of the water district to recover the millions of dollars of negative net income incurred over the last few years, would you agree that that's millions of dollars of unavailable to the district to renew and replace its infrastructure?
Yeah, I would agree with that philosophy.
And that had that net income been zero, right, just break even on a net income basis, the last 2 years, the utility could have done and paid for through depreciation expense everything included on this Exhibit 20?
I can't say if it would have been everything, but I understand your point is if we'd had to increase revenues through rate studies, we would have been able to afford some of those pieces of equipment. Is that my understanding correctly?
Okay. And not just equipment, but like replacement of main lines that are leaking significantly, right?
Yeah.
And then the replacement of service lines that are a cause of significant leaks. Is that your
Yes.
understanding? Is it a financial burden for the utility to have a third of its water not produce any revenue? Third of its water produce not equal any revenue?
Absolutely. That's why I think David, this board has really attacked the water loss, trying to get those numbers down to a number that we realize that's lost expenditures producing that water or purchasing that water. Yes.
Have you had discussions with the board about the purpose and benefit of using depreciation to invest in the system?
Yes, and I think, the board's budgeted over $1 million a year in repair and maintenance dollars. Debt service is 1.2, 1.3 a year, somewhere in that ballpark. So and the depreciation's used, as you said, to replace and repair, our fixed assets, our plants. And we have just a massive plant, $160 million cost basis that goes back to 60s cost, 70s cost. I have no idea what it would even cost us to replace our plant today, but it would be at multiples of that.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? You're
Yeah.
depreciating, even what you're depreciating, your depreciation is based on a cost basis of probably, just assume inflation's 3% and it lasts 60 years, something that's maybe a quarter of what it, maybe probably less than a quarter of what it would cost to fully replace it, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Other than grants and loans, are there any other forms of capital that you know available to the water district, based on your experience, to reinvest or invest in its system other than internally generated cash flow?
Not that I'm aware of. I know we got our federal and state loan grants and loans, and then what we can out of the operating, which is what we pull out of the budget for repair, maintenance, and replacement, I guess.
Would you agree that depreciation is effectively internally generated cash flow?
Yeah.
Y'all don't have any private investors in Mountain Water District, right? As a nonprofit, publicly owned entity.
Yes, we're a political subdivision of Pike County, so yeah, we have no private investors.
So you all depend on one of two things, either increasing rates or using internally generated cash to invest in the system to make sure that it's maintained,
Yeah,
right?
that's fair.
So how does that come up in your experience or in your interaction with the Water District Board? Do you discuss that at meetings? Do you note, hey, the net income was this much this year, if it would have been, this is how much we're leaving on the table that we're gonna now have to ask for a bigger increase later to reinvest in these things? I'm just curious where
Well,
the term depreciation comes up in your experience.
You know, they see the depreciation. We talk about depreciation pretty much every month. We'll discuss it. Yes, they know that, you know, we're aware that if we put these off, we will have a bigger increase. We've not done, you know, nobody anticipated COVID. I think we would have been a year or two past this if COVID doesn't hit.
You say a year or two past this, I mean, you would have filed a rate case earlier
I
had
think,
COVID not
I
occurred?
think we would have, I think they would have filed. I think the discussion was right before COVID when it was first brought up, that we're gonna look in, you know, we need to, you know, we're, at that point, we're 4 or 5 years down the road from the previous. Recognizing the commission recommends every 3 years. And I will say, that they were looking at, because they acted in April of 20, I think, right after COVID, to do the RFQ for Connie, if I remember the dates right. And then we get into decreased revenues and decreased expenditures that I've already talked about. So all of that, I think, factored into a delay this time. And yes, we could have used the depreciation, the increased depreciation and so forth. But that's not, you know, it's not my decision to go for a rate increase. It's
I
the
agree.
board's.
I'm not, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, you know,
Right.
say that it is, but it sounds like to me from your testimony today that the board depends on you for your financial perspective, that you provide advice to the board on these kind of things. Here's what I'm trying to get across, based on your experience. The longer you wait to do these things, to reinvest in the system or replace aging infrastructure, especially aging infrastructure that sounds like, and maybe I'm wrong, sounds like that is actually driving O&M expense.
Yeah.
And driving a degradation of revenues, is that right? That for every year the pipe's in the ground longer, it's more likely you're gonna have to roll a truck to go out and fix it, is that
Yeah.
fair?
Yeah,
Yeah, and if it's losing water, then that's driving expense, because you have to make more water and you don't get to sell as much of it, is that right?
that's correct.
Okay, so every year that these things are put off, it's actually more expensive for customers. Is that right?
That's correct.
So in an effort to try to keep rates low, you can kind of push that, would you agree you can push that too far to where actually in the long run, it costs more for consumers?
Yes, potential.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the service line, and that goes back to part of Ms. Olson's testimony, service line replacement, outside of just Band-Aids. You know, it's like a water hose. If we just Band-Aid it, and that's why they're so involved, we're so dedicated to wanting to do the service line replacement versus patches. If you cut a water hose and you put a new fitting in there, it goes to the next weakest point in that water hose and it will eventually spring out again. They've had tremendous success by doing the service line, changing those and reducing the water costs. I think that's why the passion's there for
Yeah,
that.
and let me ask, from a financial perspective, there's even an additional benefit, because for every person that you send out and for every fix you have to do throughout the year, especially if it's a small fix, that's probably an operating expense, right?
Yeah, yes,
And that's a dollar for dollar reflection on the company's income statement, right?
yes, yes.
But if they go out, if the water district goes out and replaces the line entirely, that's not it's most likely, given your all's, whatever your all's internal rules are, that's probably not an operating expense. Is that right?
No, that wouldn't be
Is
it.
it capitalized?
It'll be capitalized as the line's at 62 and a half years.
Okay. And that is gonna, well, and I know you are proposing 55, Ms. Allen, I've got questions about that. But that automatically is a benefit to the utility and to its utilities customers for that fiscal year for its income statement. Would you agree?
Rephrase that, or just repeat
Yeah, that's
that.
fine. A dollar invested versus a dollar spent has a different impact on the income statement. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay. And the difference is, one is an expense and the other is a capital
As
cost.
an asset, yeah.
Okay. And the cost of that is reflected through rates over a longer period than just the year the expense would be incurred.
Yes.
And the capitalized cost gets reflected in depreciation expense, and that depreciation expense each year is available for renewal or replacement for other issues. Would you agree?
Yes.
I don't, maybe other people don't get near as excited about depreciation as I do, but it's just, for a water district, it seems like the eighth wonder of the world, so. Mr. Woocher, do you have any redirect?
No, sir.
Is there anything else for this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Woocher, would you like to call your next witness?
You call Carrie Hatfield.
And I think, Mr. Woocher, if you could, I think our staff may have some direct questions, so if you'll do a short, direct examination.
This is very direct
Okay.
with this witness.
Very short, direct examination, and
Yes.
then we'll give you an opportunity certainly on redirect to cover anything that may need to be covered in your opinion. I'm not gonna keep you from being able to try your case as you would like,
As-
but
I don't believe, with at least this witness and one of the others, it's going to be very long, direct examination.
thank you very much. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat and state your name and address for the record.
Carrie Hatfield, the work address is 6332 Zebulon Highway, Pikeville, Kentucky, 41501.
Mr. Woocher?
Ms. Hatfield, who is your employer?
Mountain Water.
And how long have you been employed by Mountain Water
I've
District?
been with them a little over 24 years now.
Now, what's your current position with
I'm
Mountain
Chief
Water?
Financial Officer.
And how long have you held that position?
Roughly around 17 years.
Okay, and what are your duties as Chief Financial Officer?
Well, I oversee all the payables, the HR department. I also keep all the construction bookkeeping files, and I also prepare the financial statements. And then I usually present those to Mr. Spears, which he then reviews, makes any changes before we present them each month to the board.
Okay. Can you briefly describe your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in accounting from University of Pikeville.
Okay. In the course of your work as CFO of Mountain Water District, did you assist in the preparation of Mountain Water District's applications to adjust water and sewer rates that are the subject of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
And in the course of your work, excuse me, did you also prepare or supervise the preparation of responses to commission requests for information in those cases and are listed as the responsible witness for those responses?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any changes or corrections to make to any of those responses? Okay. So if you were asked those questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, the witness is tendered for examination by staff.
Ms. Bell?
Good afternoon. Just a few questions for you here. Firstly, let's discuss the dental insurance as it's allocated to both Water and Sewer Division. In response to Commission staff's second request for information, item number 2, in both the water and the sewer cases, you supplied the Commission with a redacted copy of the most recent health and dental insurance invoices, correct?
Yes,
And can you confirm that you supplied both, or the same invoices for both the water and the sewer
Yes.
responses?
Yes.
Okay. And since you supplied them for both cases, is it safe to assume that the invoices or contains both water and sewer division rather than being broken out between them?
Yeah, it contains both.
It does contain both, okay. As a post-hearing data request, we would ask you to provide an unredacted version that shows how each employee's premiums are allocated between the water and the sewer divisions, similar to how the salaries and wages were divided in the application.
Okay.
Similarly, on workers' comp premiums, in the water case, it was proposed an increase to workers' compensation insurance of $7,553. Does that sound correct?
It sounds correct, yes.
And then in the sewer case, it was proposed an increase to workers' compensation expense insurance of $1,888. Does that sound
That
correct?
sounds correct, uh-huh.
The workers' compensation is allocated on an 80 to 20% split.
Yes, uh-huh,
And that's in Exhibit CLA-3. That's Ms. Allen's exhibits.
yes.
Can you explain for us how that 80-20 split or allocation was determined?
I think that's based on customers, but I might have to defer that to Connie to make sure. But I'm just assuming that's how she actually got her number, but she could better answer that than I can.
Okay, thank you. As far as liability insurance premiums, in the water case, you propose an increase to general liability insurance of $11,007, and in the sewer case, an increase to property and liability insurance of $4,717. Do those numbers sound correct?
Yes, yes, they do.
Can you explain whether those amounts were calculated by taking the total insurance invoice and allocating it between the water and the sewer divisions?
Well, in essence, we actually don't break that down in our books, but for what we submitted to you guys with the request, I'm thinking that we used the formula that Connie Allen had provided, the 80-20.
Okay, it appears, and maybe you can confirm this, though, that the copy of the invoices for the general liability insurance, are those kind of combined with the property insurance?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'll go ahead and put it out there. I'll discuss with Ms. Allen the allocation between those, but I'll go ahead and put it out there as a post-hearing data request.
Okay.
That we would request a copy of the test year invoices for the general liability insurance separated out from the property insurance.
Okay, okay.
And then I know I've already asked this of a couple other witnesses, but just to confirm, since you are the payroll person, that proposed imminent wages, can you confirm for us that those have not been implemented?
They've not been.
Okay. Are you aware, or does the district have a date certain they plan to implement those?
We don't have a date. We're leaving that up to the board. And as soon as they make it effective, that's when we will.
Okay, thank you. Staff had no further questions at this time for Ms. Howland.
Mr. Woodruff?
No redirect.
Thank you very much. Counsel?
The next witness, I call Connie Allen.
Tell you what, Mr. Woodruff, is this your last witness or you have one more after this?
We have one more after this.
Let's go ahead and take a short break, and then I'll swear in Ms. Allen. I suspect this is going to be the majority of the rest of the questions, so I just want to make sure everybody has a break before we start. Let's take a short recess until 12:30, and then I'll swear in Ms. Allen.
Is your plan to, after that recess, to go straight through to the end?
That would be the preference.
Okay.
I assume folks would like to get home instead of taking an hour
No.
hour lunch and then come back in 30 minutes.
No, that's fine.
All right, we'll be in a short recess until 12:30. we're back on the records in case number 2022-00366 and 2022-00367. Ms. Allen, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Connie Allen. I live at 363 Dry Branch Road, Harrodsburg, and my office, Salt River Engineering, is also in Harrodsburg.
Mr. Woocher?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Allen, can you just identify for us, you are, what business organization are you with?
It really is hard to hear in here. Can you say that again?
It's probably me. What business organization are you with?
Salt River Engineering.
Okay. And are you the owner of that
Yes, sir.
organization? And could you briefly describe your educational background?
I have a BA in Political Science from UK and a BS in Civil Engineering from UK and a Master's from Grantham.
And what professional qualifications or licenses do you hold?
PE in Kentucky and Ohio, and a certified construction manager. That's nationwide.
And could you very briefly summarize your work experience?
Started out as a design engineer with firms in Lexington, and progressed through that, and went out on my own at about 2010, I think, and started Salt River, and with the idea of doing design and some rate studies. And I still do some design, but mostly rate studies and cost of service studies.
Okay, and let me just follow that up then. About how many cost of service studies or rate studies would you say you've done since you started doing that?
Since I started Salt River, I think about 12, 13. Before that, it was mostly rate studies in the course of grant applications.
And what are some of the utilities that you've prepared a cost of service study for?
Danville, Water and Sewer, Shepherdsville, Princeton, Lawrenceburg, Urban Municipal, Richmond Utilities, New Haven, forgetting somebody, I'm sure.
Okay, well, were you retained by Mountain Water District to perform a rate study and cost of service study for the Mountain District's water and sewer operations?
Yes,
And did you prepare such studies?
yes, sir.
And are copies of those studies included in either the applications that Mountain Water District has filed with the Public Service Commission or as attachments to Mountain Water District's responses to PSC staff information request?
Yes, sir.
Did you prepare written testimony that was filed in case number 2022-00366 and respond to requests for information in both the water and sewer rate cases?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any changes or corrections to make to your written testimony or to the responses for which you are responsible for?
Yes, I do. Very early in the process of doing the cost of service study, Mr. Spears and I were talking about assets that have been added since the test period, and we didn't identify any immediately. And then later, Mr. Spears sent me a spreadsheet with 4 assets highlighted that have been added since the test year, and I failed to include those in the cost of service study. And the annual depreciation on those amounts to about $5,000.
To make matters easier for the record, I'm going to hand to you a document. Does that document show the 4 entries that were excluded from your cost of service study or your depreciation study?
Yes.
Okay. And if I could have that document marked as Mountain Water District Exhibit Number 2, and I'd ask that it be made a part of the record. Aside from that correction, or with that correction to your testimony and responses, do you adopt your written testimony and responses for which you are listed as the responsible witness as your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
I want to very briefly talk about two recommendations that you made in your testimony. Is it correct that you recommended that the commission apply an unaccounted for water loss standard of 22% of total water produced and purchased instead of a 15% standard set forth in the commission's regulations?
Yes, sir.
And do you recommend a higher unaccounted for water loss level be used for Mountain Water District? I'm sorry, why do you recommend a higher, sorry, it's been a long morning. Why do you recommend a higher unaccounted for water loss level be used for Mountain Water District?
There are several reasons. Stop me if I go on and on. Ms. Ozen's already talked about a lot of them. And according to my calculations, the elevation difference in Pike County, in their service area in Pike County, is 4,000 feet in elevation. They have about 4 million feet of line in the ground. As Commissioner Hatton well knows, in counties like Pike County, Letcher County, Breathitt County, on and on, they have families that live in haulers, and they petition and want water, and it's common practice to install a skid tank or something up in the top of the hollow, and the water line goes up one side of the holler. The creek is in the middle of the holler. So half the people, you just run a short service line over to their meter and service them. But the other half are on the other side of the creek, and you have to punch that service line under the creek and set their meter on their property. And that long service line that's punched under the creek, or heaven forbid trenched in the creek, could leak forever and no one would know. And even the best efforts of Mountain Water District personnel, when they go out at night and listen, if you go out in one of those situations and you're listening for a leak, you're going to hear the creak and not the leak. So if there are creeks and those service lines punched under those service lines punched under those creeks, they won't find them. And then additionally, I think in my technical memorandum, I talk about 106 tanks. I thought that's what it was. I've heard 108 today, but I think I think for our purposes today, it doesn't really matter if it's 106 or 108. All those tanks have potential to overflow. All those tanks have a supply and booster. There's every time something kicks on, you may have water hammer at your house. You know, when it kicks on, it kind of jerks a little bit. Every time there's water hammer, if you have a rock or something in the trench and you've got a plastic pipe or even a metal pipe, certainly a service line up next to it, every time it jerks against that rock and it kind of rubs on that water line. So that's another reason. And this is probably more than you wanted. In AWWA M36, it's the water audit manual. And at one point in there, they talk about unavoidable losses. And they give some equations for unavoidable losses. And some of the things that they include in there are just the number of connections. And I think, if I remember correctly, Mountain Water District probably has I hope I'm saying this right, I think it's the 4th largest customer base. So they've got all those connections. They talk about just sheer miles of line in the ground. And I don't, 4 million feet, can't do the math in my head. But, AWWA even recognizes that those things will increase your losses too. They have systems that they have been basically kind of coerced into taking into their own. They don't know if those lines were laid, bedded properly. They have situations where, you go down there and you look on the shoulder of the road, and there's coal cinders on the shoulder of the road. And I talk about this, I talk about this in another area, but the soils in the area, as well as the chlorides and the coal cinders on the side of the road, that just eats that metal pipe, just eats it up. There's a picture in one of the memos that I provided of a fitting. I think it was a 90. Been in the ground 7 years, and there's a hole right in the middle of it. And it's supposed to last 62.5 years, but it only didn't even last 7. So they have that kind of soils, plus they have the coal and the chloride. I doubt that they wrap their pipe. When I first started designing, I was guilty of not telling my clients to wrap pipe in corrosive soils. I didn't know any better back then. And I'm sure that still goes on today. I'm sure I'm not the only one that didn't know any better.
Well, now, let me try to sum up what you just said. In your opinion, does Mountain Water District face engineering and physical terrain challenges that few, if any, PSC jurisdictional utilities face?
There's not another one that has that collection of challenges.
So their situation is truly unique and different from the general situation that most utilities are facing.
Yeah, we use that term uniquely. We use it too much, but in this case, it actually applies. And I got to say one other thing. As a community, we've let them put 106 tanks in their system. And I used to tell Chairman Dennison, with the past chairman, awful lot of plumbing in that utility, not a lot of engineering. So the engineering community's guilty, Vision Water's guilty. We let them put all those skid tanks in there. We didn't require a little bit more engineering to kind of minimize the number of those tanks.
Okay, you provided a technical memorandum in your testimony on this subject, right?
Which,
You provided a technical memorandum on the water loss
Yes.
issue and the
Yes, sir.
appropriate standard to be used. And that memo is found in your testimony at Exhibit CLA 15, is that correct?
sir.
Okay, does that memo contain your initial conclusion and recommendation that a 22% standard was reasonable given the conditions that Mountain Water District faced?
Yes, sir. In that memo, I talked about some of the things I just talked about. And I also talked about, I went through and looked at every association and district, and I looked at their annual report, and I averaged the water loss, and the average was like 20.1. And that's average. I've got a client in Western Kentucky whose water loss is 15.2. And, I said, you really need to do better. And they said, well, the limit's 15. And I said, well, you don't have many challenges. You really need to do better than that. But then you look at Pike County, and as I understand it, for like the last 6 months, they're averaging 22% water loss, and that is absolutely amazing. I think that is, I didn't think they could get there that quickly. I'll put it that way.
Okay, well,
So can I clarify,
Yes.
Mr. Wutcher, what exhibit did you say?
my note, Exhibit CLA-15, that's to her testimony that was filed in...
I have CLA 15, but CLA 15 isn't about an alternative water loss amount. I had it up before you started your cross. That's about the alternative depreciation age of 55 years as opposed to 62.5.
I apologize, I must have referenced the wrong.
Okay. Is there a separate, is there a second attachment to CLA 15 that I may be missing, or?
No, sir, let me,
Okay. Just want to be clear with the testimony.
it's Exhibit CLA 8.
I appreciate that.
Okay, and I apologize for the error, and I apologize to Ms. Allen for that. You came up with the 22% standard, and how does that, you stated in your testimony that that standard would provide an incentive for the district to improve its operations and lower its unaccounted for water loss, but not unduly subject the utility to financial penalties that are largely related to the severe conditions under which it must operate and for which it has limited control. Can you explain that statement?
Well, I have to pull that apart in pieces. The last part of that, situations that they don't have under control, when I just talked about what the industry had done to them, well, we've let them put 106 tanks up there, that's what I meant by that piece. Now, going back to the first part, how I got to that number, was that your question?
Yes.
I graphed, and it's in the memo, I graphed their water loss going back maybe 10 years, something like, I think 2010 maybe was my first year. And tried to get some idea of predictability, uniform, and, you know, I saw the February/March, you know, lots of utilities have high water loss in those months because people are letting their faucets drip. And sometimes even newer meters, if they're positive displacement, they won't catch those drips sometimes. So it's not uncommon for utilities to have high water loss during that period of time. But then I noticed that there was another kind of bunching of relatively low water loss in like May, June period of time. And whereas I can't really come up with a reason why it's lower in June, I tended to use that month as the high end of an achievable place to be. Because like they've said, and like I've kind of insinuated, they have some challenges that they're never going to get some of those leaks out. But on the other hand, they have programs in place. And this was written a year ago. They have programs in place to look for leaks, and I knew they would find them. So I wanted the limit to be reasonable to urge them to work harder to find those leaks. And to the commission, I want you to know I didn't ask for this lightly. I understand the collateral effects of departing from 15%.
Well, now, the district's test period water loss was, I believe, 27.8 or 0.9%. So if your proposal is accepted, the district is still going to incur some disallowance for its water loss, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that will be built in their rates for at least until they have their next rate.
Yes, sir.
So that will still provide an incentive, is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? For them to engage in water loss control efforts.
Yes, sir.
And let me go back for that for a second and just say, how would you assess their water loss control efforts as an engineer?
Well, I just said I wanted to propose a rate that would push them to continued efforts. They're doing so well. I mean, if I had known that they were going to hit 19% last month, I don't know if I mean, 22% might not have been the right number. I'm amazed at what they've been able to do. I mean, if we don't get hung up on the numbers for a minute, and we just look at what they're dealing with, you know, some things, you know, they can fix. They should be collecting. They should be fully funding their depreciation, absolutely. And had they'd had more money, and they could go out and do these things. But a lot of the things they're dealing with, they inherited, and they have people going out at night listening, and they've altered their daily operations so that the leaks they found the night before they fix the next day, or at least try. I mean, I never, ever imagined that they would get to the level that they are right now. And as they say, don't get excited, you know, anything can happen. But I never thought they'd get there that fast.
I want you to assume for the moment that the commission doesn't accept your proposal. Would you have any type of alternative proposal that would at least reward the water district for its efforts so far that you say are extraordinary in some respects?
Yeah, I thought about that a little bit. Like I said, I understand what I'm asking, and I know I understand. And if you find that you can't deviate from 15%, maybe you could take the immediate past 12 months water loss and substitute that for the water loss during the test period. Maybe that would help.
I want to raise one other question with you on this before we go on. Are you proposing this 22% standard as one that would be permanently applied to Mountain, or are you looking at it in terms of the commission might come back and revisit that standard later on? So if they do continue to achieve the level that they are, the commission could then adjust that standard, perhaps lower if they're extremely successful in doing what they're doing.
Kind of both. I mean, initially I would ask for it permanent, but only if they didn't come back and ask the next rate analyst sitting here, hey, what have they done? Where is it now? Has it helped? I think permanent but reviewable, I guess, is my answer.
Okay. Let's move on to the other proposal that you're probably going to get some questions on, and that's the proposal concerning a 55-year service life, the use of a 55-year service life to determine depreciation expense for Mountain's water transmission and distribution mains. You recommended the use of that 55-year service life, is that correct?
For water, yeah.
Okay. And what's the basis for your recommendation?
The basis, the basis was that picture that Roy sent me when I first got started. And I wish, from all the other questions, I wish I could remember what that date was, but I really can't. But one of the first things he did was send me that picture of that fitting. And I'm like,
Now, I'm sorry to interrupt. You're referring to a picture that's actually part of your testimony. Is that correct?
well, it's in that memo.
It's in your technical memo, Exhibit CLA-15. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So, I mean, you learn about all this stuff in school, and you even hear people tell you about it, but until you see a piece of ductile iron pipe that only lasted 7 years, it gets your attention. And I'm like, we need to ask for a shorter service life. And that was the first thought. And then I was talking to a duct alarm salesman, friend of mine, and he talked about this study that I referenced in this memo. I wasn't aware of the study, and I'm like, I need that. And he gave me his only copy. I said, I really need that. I've got a client that may help. So I started reading it, and, you know, the NARUC depreciation guide for small utilities uses a range of 50 to 75, and the commission has typically taken the midpoint, which is 62 and a half. And that study is, I think, 1979, 44 years old. And it doesn't consider all kinds of pipe. You know, it was a long time ago. This study that I'm using in my memorandum was done in 2012. It's 11 years old. It breaks up the country into 4 geographical areas, and then in each geographical area, it breaks it up into like four or five different sizes of utilities. And it looks at, I think it said 11 different kinds of pipe, many different kinds of pipe. It's up to date, it's more extensive, and it takes into account benign soils and aggressive soils. It understands that metal pipe exhibits corrosion, and that the soil makeup, as well as it talks about coal. It talks about cinders. It doesn't call it cinders, but it talks about coal waste and chlorides and stuff like that.
So based on your research that you've done and the conditions that you found that exist in mountain service areas as far as the soil and that, is it your professional opinion as a licensed professional engineer that it would be more appropriate to use a 55-year service life to determine depreciation expense?
Yeah, especially if we're looking at these two reports, I definitely think the AWWA newer one is more appropriate, and it does use 55 years in corrosive soils.
Now, using a 55-year useful service life will actually increase the annual depreciation expense. Is that correct?
Yes, it will.
And so would that will increase the adjusted test period depreciation expense to, I'm using your number here, $2,697,438. Does that sound about correct?
I can't, I'd have to look. What number are you asking?
Well, subject to check, that it would be what is reported in your testimony?
My pro forma my pro forma expenses use 55 years, yes.
Okay.
Oh, and let me add something else. Technically, 55 years is still within the NARUC range, so.
That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Phil?
Good afternoon. Please let me know if at any time you can't hear me.
Okay.
First, just to clarify, the exhibit number 2 that was just proffered by
Yes, ma'am.
council, there is a blank table portion there for asset number 330-4110.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain for us what that asset is?
No, ma'am, I can't. It was just highlighted, and I was under the impression that I needed to include that. I do not know what that is.
Okay. And you got these, did you say from Mr. Sawyer's or from?
Mr. Spears.
Mr. Spears, okay. I guess I could just go ahead and ask for a post-hearing data request. We can just get that with the description filled in for that asset.
We can provide that.
Thank you. Well, several questions have already been deferred to you, so we'll start with those. First, we'll go back to the workers' compensation insurance premiums. And those were provided in response to commission staff's third data request. In the water case, number 3, or if you're looking at sewer, it's number 1. So we were provided with the invoices for those, and we're really just wanting to know from you if you can explain for us the 80-20 allocation between the water and sewer districts, how you came about that allocation.
And what was the expense again?
I'm sorry, now I couldn't hear you.
What was the expense again?
It is the workers' compensation
Okay.
premiums.
If,
Looks like there was an increase.
bear with me just a minute. I want to make sure I'm getting the right equation.
There was a proposed increase of $7,553.
I split those between water and sewer in accordance with what I call equation A. And if you look at the bottom of the ledger summary that was that was sent with the cost of service study, if you look at the bottom of that, there's a small box, and actually the A through E is on the extreme right side of the box. The split between water and sewer is color-coded, and the far left-hand side is the method, if you will. So if that was split by equation A, if you look at equation A, I used the number of employees to split that expense up. Since it was workers' comp, that was the logical way, in my mind, of splitting it up.
Okay. Okay, thank you. As far as the liability insurance premiums, those were provided, the invoices for those provided in response to staff's third data request. In the water case, item number 2, and sewer, also item number 2. Same thing for that, if you could explain how the allocation was
Okay.
calculated.
The allocation for that, the split between the water and sewer was done with equation C. And if you look back at that little box, equation C is depreciation. So I thought the depreciation cost as it splits between water and sewer was a good way to split up the property insurance.
Okay, thank you. And we'll get into your actual rate structure, I promise, eventually. For now, the actual rate case expense is what I would like to discuss. In application, the sewer application, Exhibit 6 is the schedule of adjusted operations. And for the sewer application, an adjustment was proposed to contractual services for an increase of $3,356. And that was labeled as adjustment H.
Okay.
Have you found that?
I need to ask Mr. Richard, I have my schedule, I don't have the other schedule. Can you help me with what H is?
Can you give me that again? That's, which exhibit is it in?
It's the sewer application, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay. It's not easy with a mouse. Yeah, you see
Is that what she says?
E,
Contractual
number
service.
H, right there.
Okay, so that's this one.
Yeah,
Let me look at my notes.
okay.
The adjustment to contracted services is the cost of the water and sewer rate study, which is $53,000. Using the split equation B, which I already put that up. The split equation B,
Is that B as in boy? I just want to make sure I'm hearing.
yes, ma'am, I'm
Okay.
sorry, is by revenue. So that's how I split that up. Then spread it out over 3 years because I had, by that time, learned that they wanted to do look at their rates once every 3 years. And then the instrument I prepared, I linked my contract to that.
So is that the sewer rate case expense?
No,
Can you tell us where that is recorded?
the $53,000 was for water and sewer. So if I used the B split, the B equation, that was 19% of $53,000 spread out over 3 years.
Okay, and that was based off of equation B, you said, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, in the water case, the rate case expense was reported under regulatory commission expenses, rate case expenses. Can you explain to us where that remaining 81% of the rate study is actually recorded?
Okay. On my cost of service spreadsheet, the tab that's labeled PF expenses, cell C54 is rate case expense, and there's a lot of cell notes. Do you see the cell notes?
What exhibit is this?
Do you have a page number of that cost of service study to refer us to? The actual page number of it?
Oh, no, I don't. I'm just
Okay.
looking at my electronic copy. But it is 53,000, 81% of 53,000 divided by 3 for Salt River Engineering. 30,000 divided by 3, I think was Mr. Woocher's estimation for water.
Okay, so just to clarify, it's under you said PE tab?
It's called PF expenses.
PF expenses, my bad.
Stands for pro forma expenses.
Okay. And then in that table, it's cell C-54, correct?
C54, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once we find it, we may come back to you with questions.
that's fine.
I'm sorry about that. In the meantime, I'll move on and ask you some questions about the debt service methodology that was chosen. If you could look at the response to, the water application, Exhibit 11. In the water application, it was proposed in the revenue requirement to recover only the interest expense
Yes, ma'am.
as incurred in the year following the test period. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain why Mountain District did not want to include the principal payments in the revenue requirement calculation?
I funded depreciation at 100% in this rate, in this cost of service study. And I also added interest as an expense. And I am looking for depreciation to take care of their capital costs. I have done this cost of service method and include principal before. But I would like to get the utility up to 100% of their depreciation, and these rates are already pretty high. I am relying on a fully funded depreciation to absorb their capital costs.
Okay. And in the initial proposed revenue requirement, it was stated that you wanted to include interest payments on leased equipment, AEP lighting project, and PS rehab project. Do those sound familiar to you?
No, ma'am, it does not. I'm not saying it, that doesn't sound familiar to me. Could that be in the surcharge calculations?
I don't believe so.
No. Okay.
I'm looking for the exact place in here if I can find it. Okay, so it's in Exhibit 11. It's the revenue requirement calculation, debt coverage method. It is the first note after the actual calculation that states Mountain Water District has not requested the principal payments be included in the calculation of debt service coverage requirement. Interest payments on leased equipment, AEP lighting project, and PS rehab project are included in interest.
Is that sewer by chance?
That is in water.
May I approach the witness?
Yeah, I may have to get back with you on that one. Yeah.
And that's the interest, and then, so the interest for all these AEPs, all that is listed.
Oh, okay. Okay. I asked Mr. Spears for long-term debt, and I got these, and I repackaged them and put them in these two tables. As to specific questions about that, I mean, I did include that interest. I absolutely did include that in the interest. As to questions about those specific notes, I would have to defer to Mr. Spears.
You said that you asked for the long-term debt and repackaged it into the two tables. Did you mean those into the two projects, or?
Actually, I'm referring to the two tables I have in the cost of service study spreadsheet. It's actually the water and the sewer are in the same, on the same tab. And I did that because it shows some splits between water and sewer.
Do you happen to know, as to the projects that are included there, how they were financed?
Do I happen to know what?
How those projects were financed? I don't believe it was ever specified in the application.
My knowledge of all that debt, all those projects is summarized in those. That's about, if it's not in that table, I'm not aware of it. Like some of them say KIA, so I know that's a KIA loan, but if it doesn't say, I think CTB may stand for a bank. Is that the name? I think it's the name of a local bank. I'm sorry, this was over a year ago, probably.
Okay. So it sounds like there could possibly be a loan from a bank
Yes, ma'am.
included in that?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
We will also have a post-hearing data request that will ask to provide a copy of the payment schedules for those projects, for those that we've just been discussing, the AEP lighting PS rehab project. And I want to get my letters right here. NIPCTB.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then in the sewer division, Mountain District proposed a revenue requirement calculation that excluded principal and interest payments for leased equipment. Is that correct?
Hang on just a minute. That- That excluded what?
That excluded principal and interest payments for the leased equipment?
I have the interest included in the table, and then again, I did not include the principal payment because of the fully funded depreciation.
Okay. Was there not a secondary calculation provided also that did include principal and interest payments on leased equipment? Was it provided both ways? Do you recall that?
Ma'am, I'm really sorry, but I don't recall that. I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you a more pointed question that might help. On page 75 of the application, this is the sewer division we're speaking of. It looks like you determined a debt principal and interest payment of $448,587. I was wondering if you could explain that calculation, how that was calculated.
Mr. Rucher, can you help me with with the specific?
I think we'll need to answer that in the.
It's, again, we're looking at the sewer application, I'm sorry, and it's Exhibit 10, revenue requirement calculation. Okay. You know what, we'll actually move on from that one. I believe we have,
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that, and again, I don't want to testify, but just looking at the chart, it looks like the sewer amounts, the interest, the totals down at the bottom for interest payment and principal payment were just added together.
Yes, ma'am, I just looked that up. I'm sorry, the principal is included. It's not really a cost of service study, it's more like a rate study. So yeah, it is included. And it does total $448,587.
okay, thank you, I'm sorry for that confusion there. We'll switch gears and get to the actual rate structure that you propose for Mountain District. And if you could, just give us a brief explanation regarding the rate structure you have proposed and your statements that cost-based rates are associated to the assignment of costs to customer classifications and how the customers use the system. If you could just give us a brief explanation.
Yes, ma'am. Currently, well, first of all, I included some verbiage in the first instruments that you got from me that was pretty misleading. It was pretty lazily worded on my part. But currently, Mountain Water District charges everyone the same rates for water. Now, their minimum bill differs according to what size meter they have. But that minimum bill it's just math. I mean, what they've done is they've taken, they've set the minimum bill at a volume of water associated with that size meter. So really, in effect, the rate is the same for everyone currently, but their minimum bills differ by the size of the meter. It's not a different rate. It's just a mathematical calculation based on a volume associated with that size meter. And because I was lazy before, I want to make sure that that's clear.
That's noted.
Okay. Now I forgot the rest of the question.
Now, if you could go to the office and explain what the rate structure is that you have proposed for Mountain
Okay.
District.
Cost-based rates, something that I proposed and something that the district wanted, generally involves collecting the revenue from the people that cause the cost. So if a certain class of customers imparts a bigger cost upon the system, whether it be larger lines, more frequent meter readings, more frequent maintenance, minimum pressure, whatever it is, if they cause an extraordinary cost, cost-based rates would imply that you collect the revenue from them that matches the cost they cause. It's an effort to reduce or eliminate subsidies, or at least unwanted subsidies. All subsidies aren't bad, but you need to identify them and quantify them and decide that you really want to include them in your rate structure. Mountain Water District, first of all, it's my engineering judgment that you need customer classes based on their function, their type, how they affect the system, rather than just what size meter they use. Ms. Olson gave a really good example. You know, the one industry that says they're interested in moving into the new Wolf Pit Industrial Park is a dry industry. Kind of a very small water meter, not much different than Mary Smith that lives on Main Street, 85 years old with fixed income. So I think if we use customer classifications like residential, commercial, industrial, public authority, which they already have their customers segregated that way, because that's how I got all the numbers. They already have that segregation, they just don't bill that way. But if we do take that on, we can better assign cost to the customer classes that cause them. And you know, you've got schools that have different cycles. Residential's really, you know, the residential class probably causes a lot of cost because they drive the size of the pipe, because everybody takes a shower at the same time, everybody cooks dinner at the same time, especially in smaller areas. But I'm pretty passionate about them having an industrial class because they get a lot of economic development grants given to them, free assets. But like with Wolf Pit, water and sewer had to be laid out there. If I'm not mistaken, they're going to use a portion of a water tank to serve this area. And when it goes in the ground, it's used and useful, they have to start paying depreciation on it. They don't have to pay principal and interest, but they have to pay this depreciation on it because they're going to have to replace it in X years, whether it's 62 and a half or 55 or 7. They still have to pay that depreciation on it. And I think while it's not a perfect system, it's more equitable to have an industrial class that we can look to recover those costs rather than 85-year-old Mary Smith that lives on Main Street and all she does is take a shower once a day.
Okay, thank you. Can you explain your cost of service study in relation to the rate design proposed? Would it be your contention that the cost of service study dictated this rate design?
Yes, because this particular method of cost of service study, it's an AWWA-sponsored method. I went to the workshop twice. And they have cost centers. They have functional cost centers, and then they allow for a way to assign these costs to different customer classes. It is the way they teach it, but again, like I just said, I recommend that you have those type customer classes. So if you do have the customer classes, it shows up, I mean, it's math. It follows down through all the spreadsheets, and there are costs that are called customer costs. And for each customer class, you take the customer cost and you divide by the number of customers, and that's that customer charge. And then the rest of it are volumetric costs, and you divide by the volume that customer cost is that customer class is using, and that's your volumetric rate. That comes from this method of cost of service. So then to assign the rates, everyone gets their respective customer charge, and then a volumetric charge based on either the minimum bill or the number of gallons they use above that minimum bill.
Can you explain the difference for us between this rate structure you propose for Mountain District versus how the investor-owned utilities use the more traditional base extra capacity model to assign these costs to, as you deem them, the cost causers?
I'm not familiar, I do absolutely zero work with investor-owned utilities.
Have you used this rate design with other water utilities in Kentucky?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us which of those utilities you've used it with?
I used it with Danville twice, and one of those resulted in a hearing because of their wholesale customers. I used it with I use it with every water cost of service I do. So that would be I used it with Richmond Utilities, and it came up to you guys too in the process of the wholesale customer asking for a pass-through. What other water? I used it with New Haven. I used it with Nicholasville. Let's see. New Haven, Princeton, Richmond, Nicholasville, and Danville twice.
Okay, thanks. What about other jurisdictions? Have you proposed it to utilities in any other jurisdictions outside of Kentucky?
Oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. I just work in Kentucky.
And how many of those that were proposed were approved by a regulatory authority? Were any of them approved?
Yes. In the case of Danville, like I said, we had a hearing, and the rates were unchanged from my proposal. Richmond, PSC requested that the cost of service be sent up here, and those rates were approved. And if I'm not mistaken, you have Princeton's right now.
Did you consider any other rate designs or discuss any other rate designs with Mountain District?
No, ma'am.
Now, part of your explanation in your testimony speaks about knowing that different customer classes have different demand patterns and that the peaks of those various demand curves have a tremendous effect on the line sizing. You then go to state that while we may not yet be able to precisely quantify those peaks, we can use industry standards and our operational experience and professional judgment to recognize the demand differences among the classes and attempt to allocate costs accordingly. But let me ask you, we've heard a little bit today about Mountain District's efforts to curb their water loss, and part of that, and part of the surcharge proposal as well, is additional telemetry in their system, correct? As far as their meters, being able to read the,
Smart meters?
yes. So were you aware of that? Is that part of their,
I know that they're, probably at the time that I did this, were going to get new meters. I don't know if they were in or not yet. But what I was really speaking to with that was the ability that you can have with, really, customer classes. It's really valuable with the other customer classes as opposed to residential. There's a lot of textbook information on the diurnal curves that are residential. You know, I think it depends on how big the area, the service area is. But, you know, I tell all my clients the cost of service, because cost of service is still kind of young for some of our smaller and medium-sized utilities, and I tell them all that it's got to be a series of refinement. You got to get better and better and better and better at being able to say what one customer class, what cost they impose upon the utility. If you, like I referred to with the peak with the residentials, everybody taking a shower at the same time, that's one reason why your lines are 6 inches instead of 2 inches. But if we were to see, and it may never happen in this utility, but I want them to be ready if it does. If they get a customer, or that customer signs up for industrial class, and there are peaks in their operations that require them to put larger distribution lines in or something, I want them to be able to charge them for that. And also, to charge them for that, they got to be able to quantify that. And these meters will enable them to do that. That was said, and this is going to be a neat thing that they can do in a few years, but they need to keep refining this process of functionalizing the cost and assigning them to who caused them.
before you performed this rate design for them, or came up with this rate design for them, is it fair to say that that data had not been collected yet? I mean, it seems like you were looking out into future in that statement, that due to their new metering system, they'll be able to refine your assumptions in the future.
I don't think they had the capability, no.
So I guess what I was trying to get around to asking is whether the rates you came up with are meant to be assigning the cost to the actual cost causers. It's my understanding that part of that would be based on being able to look at these demand patterns. Were you confident enough in what you've called the industry standards and operational experience to be able to come up with those in this specific instance for Mountain District?
There's several allocation factors in the cost of service method. The peaks that I talk about, the diurnal peaks, that's just one. That's just the capacity factor. There's other factors, how much water they use, the customer factors, there's fire protection. If they're not a fire protection district, but the fire trucks pull up and fight fires. So you have to take into consideration your customer classes and how much of a fire demand they put on it. There's a lot, there's like 5 allocation factors. And then there's the distribution main analysis, which is really a 6th allocation factor that AWWA has put forth to say, kind of an industry standard, in the absence of better information, you can use these. It's not a perfect science, and like I say, it needs to always be refined. But I think this is a really good first step.
Speaking of those distribution allocation factors, I'm going to be looking at some numbers that are in the cost of service study, beginning on page 17. And that has to do with your allocation factors there.
Okay, which one?
It is the chart that has the breakdown between industrial and residential, distribution factor water dash COMM dash 1,
Okay,
distribution factor CAP. You see
Okay.
those?
yes.
So when staff were looking at this, it appeared that the amount of expenses allocated to industrial customers, it seemed low. You could just explain how you developed the volumetric rate for the industrial customer to where it looks like it's almost identical in dollars to the residential customers.
Okay. Well, if you notice, their customer costs are certainly not almost identical. One of them's 49 and something, and the other one's 775. So their bill's gonna include a customer charge and a rate charge and a volumetric charge. So their customer costs are drastically different. Now, the reason their volumetric charge lines up a little bit more is because I simply take those charges that are applied to, as volumetric charges, and divide by the number of gallons they use. So they're all calculated independently. I'm gonna have to add something in here. In a perfect world, the customer charge would include all those direct expenses. It would include all the debt service. It would include turning the lights on in the morning. It would include salaries. Every cost you have that is not tied to quantity of water produced. In a perfect world, your customer charges would include all those costs because you got to pay those bills whether you sell 1 drop of water or 1 million drops of water.
So let me, I'm sorry, I want to clarify. You use the word direct and then you use the word volumetric.
But
Those aren't, my experience is those aren't talked about in the same conversation, that those are antonyms or non-synonymous. That those are, What do you mean by direct?
Okay, when I say direct cost, I mean the cost that you incur every day regardless of the volume of water you treat.
Well, that's not, that direct would, in the cost of service context, direct would mean, how do I say this? Simply assignable to those that specifically cause the expense,
Oh,
right?
Yes, direct assigned. That, I use that term, direct assigned, as a matter of
That's what I
fact.
say, you use
That's
that
what
in a,
DA stands for, yeah.
you use that in a very different context
You're
than
right.
what you're using it in that response.
You're right, you're exactly right.
Okay.
A fixed cost then.
Okay, so,
So-
but let me just ask real quick, I assumed you meant fixed costs, so
Yeah.
let me just clarify.
Sorry.
Is it your assumption that if you will add an additional single industrial customer, your expectation is that over a year, you all will incur approximately $8,400 of additional expense for each industrial customer you add?
Are you multiplying the customer charge times 12?
That's right.
It's the best I can do right now, based on the data I
Well-
have before me.
Well, but that's what I'm trying to figure out. You're talking about in a perfect world, the customer charge should represent effectively the marginal cost of the marginal expenses that the newest entity drives.
In a perfect world, you'd do the division again.
Well, in a perfect world, wouldn't we just find out what each individual customer incurs and everybody would have their own different customer charge?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to figure.
Exactly.
That's what I'm trying to figure out here. You keep saying in a perfect world, or if I have this information, but these are all your proposals now with the information that you have. Would you agree?
Yes, but where I was going with that, in a perfect world, all those fixed costs would be in the customer charge because they got to pay that bill regardless of how much water they sell. But I can't do that. I've never been able to do that with a client, and I don't think we ever will because it makes that minimum bill so high that most of your minimum bill people couldn't pay their bill. So I take some of those fixed costs, like interest, and I put them in with the volumetric cost and divide it by the volume to make it more affordable for their fixed income, lowest using customers.
Yeah, and I appreciate your perspective on your perfect world. I just wanted to make sure that I had an appreciation for your use of direct as opposed to volumetric. You
I
meant
misspoke.
fixed.
I misspoke, I should have
Fixed,
used
okay,
that. Yep.
that's fine. Ms. Bell?
Okay, and now I'm going to jump to page 26 of the cost of service study, and we'll be looking at the actual distribution of expenses. There's a industrial total of 78,145, residential total of 8,404,000. Just wonder if you could explain if that distribution was at the 15% or at Mountain District's proposed 22% proposed water loss.
It was at the, and I think you're probably looking at the same page, but mine's electronic, a little different. It is on that summary tab, and yes, it is at the proposed 22. Over to the right of that table on the spreadsheet, I have attempted to put the math there so that in the unfortunate circumstance that you don't accept my proposed 22%, you can go in there and fix it, and it should, if it's in there right, it should calculate the rates according to the water loss percentage that you wish to use. But yes, to answer your question, it's at 22% currently.
Thank you.
I was presumptuous.
And then there's also a proposed rate of return that is allocated solely to the industrial customer
Yes, ma'am.
at 4.25%, which equals about 15,421. Can you explain that for us?
Yes, I can, and it's another situation where it was the best I could do. And this goes back to the Wolf Pit industrial thing. And Commissioner Chandler, you talked about depreciation to great lengths. When I first started out as a design engineer, I didn't know what depreciation was. I didn't really care what it was when I first started out. And I remember applying for a grant from Rural Development, and somebody suggested that I put depreciation in as an expense. So I did, and not to date myself, but I asked Gene Graves if I could put depreciation as an expense, and he said yes. And I was happy because it made my rates go up. I had no clue of what I had asked for nor what he had given me. But now I understand what that means. And I've lost my train of thought. What was your question?
The return on the industrials.
Oh. And because we are unable to collect depreciation from the people that are using the Wolf Pit assets, because there's only one person there, I assessed a return on rate base of the cost of money at the time, 4.25, to try and generate some money to pay that depreciation bill. And that was, in my limited knowledge as an engineer versus an accountant, that was my best attempt to do that.
And again, you may have already touched on this a little bit or tried to lead me to understand this, but if you could explain for us how the residential customer's volumetric rate is calculated. It looks like 11.76 per 1,000 gallons, and the industrial customer's volumetric rate is calculated $11.21 per 1,000 gallons. So what I'm really asking is how you develop those numbers when it looks like they're, close to identical when compared with the other classes.
Okay, let's take the residential first, the single family. That volumetric cost of $11.76 is the commodity cost plus the capacity cost plus the public fire protection cost plus the revenue related, which we don't have any of those, and the direct assign costs, plus a return component, which for residential you don't have any. You take that sum and you divide it by 591,098 gallons of water. And that is how you get 1176. And that equation is in cell C15. For industrial, you take the same cost, I'm pausing because I'm looking at this equation and it doesn't have divided by 8241 on it. So it actually, I think I may have made a mistake and it would be even less. F4 plus F6 plus fire plus revenue and DA plus return, and then it should be divided by 6241, which I did not do. That is an error. It will be even less. I can get that corrected number to you in the, what do y'all call it, post-hearing?
Post-hearing data request. Okay, we'll ask you to update that. So as far as the cost-based rates that you're attempting to achieve here for Mountain District, could that not have been achieved using the current rate design?
I don't think so, no. Because everyone gets the same rate, and not everyone affects the system in the same way.
As far as the wholesale rate structure, was there any consideration to set a unified rate for the wholesale customers?
What do you mean by unified?
A single rate for the wholesale customers, for all the customers. If you recall, they're different for the different customers currently.
It's my understanding that the board did in fact do that.
That they did in fact consider a unified rate?
I think they passed one unified rate for all the wholesale customers. I may be wrong, but I thought that's what they were going to do.
Okay. I don't think staff have any further questions at this time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I appreciate your understanding of and very thorough description of how different it can be to provide water in the Appalachian Mountains.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the best explanation I've heard, why it's all
I'm
different.
from the Jackson Purchase, so I have to give y'all credit.
As I read your testimony and understand your testimony today, you were strongly supporting using a 55-year depreciation rate.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's within the NARUC guidelines, especially for this corrosive soil. But I understood today from the other witnesses that they'll be revising their depreciation schedule to 62.5 years. Is that your understanding?
May I explain that? And I apologize for the confusion. What we were amending was the test period numbers to show what was actually used during the test period. It's 62.5. If you look at the schedule of operations, the test period amount for depreciation used a 55-year service life by mistake. And the adjusted test period operations shows the adjusted amount. And I'm not explaining this very well, am I? The best way to
There may be people in this room who understand that explanation.
Well, but-
I'm not one of them.
The best way to explain it would be to take out, let me move it to a different subject. If you had test period wages of, let's say, $10 an hour, and then you were going to increase those wages by $5 an hour, you would make an adjustment, and then you would have an adjusted test period expense level. When we did the schedule of adjusted operations, the test period should have reflected what the utility is currently recording in its books, which is using a 62.5-year test period. And it should have showed the adjustment that reflected an increase in depreciation expense because of the proposed 55-year, use of a 55-year service life. We didn't do that. When we did the table, we showed a 55-year and didn't make the adjustment. So what we were going to file was to show what it would have been like in the test period, and then Shelby accorded the subsequent adjustment to reflect the additional cost related to using a 55-year service life. And I apologize for the confusion. It doesn't change the requested revenue requirement. But what it does is it shows what the test period was, which would be, the total expenses would be less than what we were actually reporting at the time, because we were using the 62.5-year service life. I probably confused you more, and I apologize.
Let me
We're
take a
definitely
shot at-
blurring the lines between counsel and witness at this point as well, but,
Yes.
and I'll do my best to get past that. And just maybe ask the witness to clarify, they're accepting your recommendation for the 55 years?
Yes, ma'am. I'll explain it this way. I'm not an accountant, I'm an engineer. I didn't look at the change to go from 62 to 55 as a pro forma change, because in my mind, it should have been 55 all along. So that was why I did it the way I did it, but I don't think that's the proper way to do it for accountants.
Okay. Regarding the customer classes
Yes, ma'am.
that are recommended, how many customer classes are currently being used?
Well, there's currently
Just the
only
one.
one.
Okay,
There's just different size meters, but there's only one.
okay. So this would be a fairly major change, being recommended to go to 5 customer classes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It sounds like you recommended 5, but they're going with 4. Mountain Water District wants to use 4 classes.
Yes, I recommended the multifamily is residential as well, but they have a system where I don't mean to oversimplify, but they basically capture at least a minimum bill from each occupant of a multifamily dwelling. So that kind of satisfied me.
Okay. So henceforth, it won't be the case, assuming this one's accepted, that everybody gets the same rate, no matter the effect they have on the system and how much water they use and what size mains they'll need.
I didn't hear the first 3 words, but I heard all the rest of it.
I don't remember what the first 3 words were. Henceforth, I guess, was probably the first 3 words. It won't be that
Correct.
everyone gets the same rate regardless of the effect they have on the system.
Correct.
Okay. And then I think you had recommended assessing a minimum bill for wholesale customers.
Yes, but they didn't adopt that.
Okay.
And
instead,
I totally understand that.
you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Explain it to me.
Their wholesale customers do provide a significant amount of money. They can recover the revenue they need from them without shocking them with a larger customer charge. Because on one of those, Jenkins, there's an asset that belongs only to Jenkins, and it drives up their depreciation cost, which drives up that cost that's going to show up that they got to collect. So they're going to negotiate a rate that holds those wholesale customers in the flock, if you will, and still gets the revenue that they need from them.
How do they negotiate a rate when the rates are set by PSC?
When the rates are what?
Set by PSC.
Well, they have a rate that they have sent to you on their proposed rate schedule.
Okay.
So it's there.
So you're not talking about negotiating with individual customers?
No, that's
Okay.
probably poor wording, I'm sorry.
No, I probably misunderstood it. So your overall recommendation is that even though they didn't take all of your recommendations about customer class, that they would still be able to generate the revenue that they require?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But then you also noted that the district had requested a level of revenue that's less than what's permitted by the Public Service Commission's debt service methodology.
Yes, did I say that about sewer or water or both?
Let's see. I'm on page 18 of your testimony.
I do have that.
It's where we're talking about customer classes.
Oh,
I
if it's-
assumed
If
water.
it's talking about that, then it was talking about water. The context of that was basically acknowledging an imperfection in predicting the revenue that they're going to generate because of, they're still going to use those different minimum bills based on the meter size. You know, even though each class has its own rates and charges, they're still going to use minimum bills beneath all those, which are just purely mathematical. You know, they're just math. And I'm acknowledging how hard it is to predict revenue when those different minimum bills are involved. And I'm saying, but the revenue that they're going to collect is still less than the methodology that you guys use.
They could have asked for more,
Yeah.
but you think it will be adequate, what they're
Yes.
asking for?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Well, yes, I mean, we can ask for principal too, but I think we have to give their customers rates they can pay, because then you're gonna start going into collectibles, you know.
Okay. So this is one of those, an example of one of the ways that you make it gradually better, or
Yes, ma'am.
make adjustments with a balance toward what customers can afford.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, we can't turn a blind eye to the cost they cause, but we can depend on fully funded depreciation to take care of our capital costs for a while.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that then, so by doing 22%, in looking at the financials, are you saying that you'd have to come back and do another rate increase to be able to stay whole as a company?
If the commission maintains the 15, and in effect, we're not allowed to recover the difference between the 15 and the 22,
Okay,
it will hurt. It will come out of that money we are supposed to be setting aside for depreciation, for replacement and repair. They can pay their bills, but their replacement and repair fund, if you will, lack of a better word, will probably take the hit.
okay. And then just one last question. From an engineering perspective, you talked about wrapping the pipes.
Yes, ma'am.
That, if you had known that earlier, do you know what the percentage of wrapped pipes or pipes with that issue may be up there?
Judging from my sins of the past, there's probably not very many. Probably not much at all.
There's probably not many wrapped?
Oh, no, I doubt. I know I'm the one in the box, but
Okay.
I bet they could probably shake their head yes or no.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
it doesn't cost that much. It costs about $1.25 a foot.
Okay, thank you.
And it's just the metal, just the ductile iron.
Yeah.
Just off that, though, we've known about erosion of metals in acidic conditions for a very long time, right?
Yes, sir.
For decades, I guess now, people have been cathodically protecting certain pipe in the ground. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Couple questions, the classes. Again, tell me the basis for the individual classes. I assume you're trying to put them in some sort of homogeneous group, right? Industrial, residential, people that look like them. What's the basis for the classifications?
Residential, commercial, and industrial are, as you say, been around for decades. You know, people have been using those classes forever. Commercial gets tricky. You know, if you, Shepherdsville's an example that comes to mind. They've got a ton of fast foods and not much else. So theirs gets a little tricky. But it's a good default, residential, commercial, industrial. They currently put their customer, even though they're not charging that way, they currently put their customers in classes, and they include a class called public authority. Frankly, Commissioner, I'd use that because if they had it, it seemed to be important to them. So I continued with that one. That's the reason for the public authority. But the other three is just standard default classes.
You know, I guess what I'm trying to get to, are you classifying them as those items because of what they do or because of how they use the service?
Well, in most cases, that's the same thing of what they do. Like I
Well,
said,
is
it's
it-
not perfect. I mean, you can have a dry industry and they're in the industrial class, and you can have a dairy and they're in the industrial class, and they're vastly different.
They're not homogeneous, would you agree?
Correct, absolutely.
But
But that's
under-
not the case they have.
Under your classification, would they be in the same category?
If you happen to get those two people moving in, yeah, they would be, until we put our heads together and came up here and said, hey, we might need to adjust this.
But if the dry industry might use a 3/4 meter, the dairy's not going to, would you agree?
Correct. For process now.
Would you agree that the size of the beater in large part is more representative of the use of the service than just the type of business that it is?
No, not necessarily,
How so?
because that dry industry is sitting in Wolf Pit. That dry industry is probably causing as much cost as any other customer they have, and it's got a 3/4 inch meter.
Okay. So,
They
Take a step
had
back.
to pay depreciation for that one dry industry in Wolf Pit.
let's take a step back though. So, that doesn't change how they're using the system. It changes what the system has to look like in order to serve them, right?
You're correct, but the county government decided to put an industrial park out there in the hopes of drawing industries.
Okay.
I guess we could make a separate customer class for dry industries if we wanted to. And if you wanted us to, I guess we could. But they're both industries. Kellogg and them are both industries. And that's where I have them put. It's not perfect. No, it's not. But I think it's better than what they have right now.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say though is the meter and back, right? What the customer can control effectively. The meter and back. Is there a difference between, I don't know, a small restaurant with a 3/4 inch meter, a home where somebody lives at home and, is at home all day, for instance, and then that industrial customer that you're talking about? Is there really a difference in the way they use the system?
There could be. I mean, at 3/4 inch meter, there's not a lot of volume. So even if they opened all the faucets all at once, it really would be a blip. Wouldn't even be a blip.
So, 22%, you mentioned in your technical memorandum on the 22% that you sent to Mr. Sawyers, that, let's see here, that 27% was an amazing accomplishment.
Yeah.
And that in regards to the 22%, let me get the exact term in here. you said, we may never know the portion of the water loss that cannot be eliminated even with the best possible efforts. However, we can say that the portion that can be eliminated seems to be at its consistently lowest percentage in June. The June percentages were an average of 26.9. Based on the information that you've received since the case was filed, do you stand by your assertion?
I need more information. They're doing fantastic. If they keep that up, they're doing so much better that 22% might not be an appropriate level. I mean, I did this a year ago, so at the time, and I said 27% was an amazing accomplishment because it reduced their water loss by almost 12% over 3 years while basically being penalized $2 million.
Well, and you do use the word penalty and punitive quite a bit throughout here. I want to ask you about that though, because your memorandum is basically an assertion that the lowest they can get is 22%.
No, sir.
No, sir. Okay. So, what would you characterize your assertion to be?
22 is a limit that's going to push, and remember, I did this a year ago. 22 is a number that's going to push them hard to reduce their water loss.
15 is not?
22 will push them hard while acknowledging that they have made tremendous strides in reducing it already.
But so they've
Because-
gotten to 19. Let me just ask. They've gotten to 19 without really actually investing significant amounts in their system for rehabilitation the last couple of years. Would you agree with that?
I can't say how much they've spent repairing those things, but I think I know what you're asking me. Yes.
And I don't mean repairing. They've certainly done repairs, or they wouldn't have been able to reduce that water loss the way it is. I meant full-on replenish, replace the infrastructure of the type that they came up with, it sounds like 4 or 5 years ago, when they worked with Bell Engineering to get their capital plan together.
Yes, they have. I don't know that they have, that we can quantify the costs that they have incurred in the improvements they've made thus far, because they've had to put off other things, opportunity costs. They've had to put off other things to fix those leaks first thing the morning after they're found or whatever. But I think I get the gist of what you're asking me, and I would agree with you.
Okay. And so, I guess you take issue with some of the Jackson purchase items. A utility out there, if they're allowed 15% water loss, what percentage of loss should PSC allow the Eastern Kentucky utility? But is that an argument for a higher amount for the, quote, Eastern Kentucky utility as opposed to a higher standard for the Western Kentucky utility?
It's an argument that if you step way back and you forget about the numbers, and you go take a look at the hollers, and then you go to Mayfield, and you look at the soils, and you look at the challenges they're having with their workforce. If you step way back and forget the numbers, I don't see how you can ask them to meet the same goal, no.
Interesting. So are you aware of the utilities in Graves County, at least one of them has a very high water loss?
Yes, I sure am.
Okay. So,
But it's not because of their terrain.
no, I've heard them argue otherwise. 55 years. You've heard the testimony today. Basically, the district hasn't been recovering their depreciation expense at 62.5.
Correct.
If there's no real plan to reinvest depreciation, the accumulated depreciation that the utility does receive at 62.5, what benefit is there necessarily at 55?
Well, two parts. 55, I suspect a better average service life for pipe in their service area is less than 55. But I have no empirical data to give you for that. That's just my guess. 55 service life versus 62 and a half is going to get them closer to having enough money, which we talked about the difference between replacement and, how much it's going to cost now. But it's still it's going to get them closer to having enough money set aside to repair and replace that asset.
But they would have had millions of dollars of money available to repair and replace those assets over the last years had they not had a negative net income. Would you agree?
I can't testify to that. What I can do is tell them, I'm building in 100% depreciation in this cost of service study. You need to do this. And they have said, okay. Their current board and their current staff is committed.
How quickly are they replacing pipe today?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, so they have infrastructure, they have pipes in the ground. At what age are they turning over and replacing those pipes?
They're replacing them when they fail.
I know, but when is that? I mean, they've got asset accounts. They should know, mass asset accounts, what the life of those asset accounts, what
Well,
those
that-
assets are.
They replaced that 90 at 7 years.
Well, I know, but that's not a mass asset account. That's a single 90-degree turn.
I can't, that's the only aspect of that question I can answer. I don't know how old the pipes are when they pull them out of the ground and replace them. I don't know that number. If we had all that number, we would have come to you with a depreciation study a long time ago.
Right.
But we just don't have that information, or I don't think they do.
Well, and that is the other thing, right? So in your testimony, you said that most Eastern Kentucky utilities dispute that the average service life of mains is 62.5 years, and that this is a quote, none of them can successfully mount a defense against the PSC's edict because the PSC insists on a depreciation study to provide alternative lives. No utility whose rates are regulated wants to spend money on a depreciation study, especially when success might not result in an increase to revenue requirements greater than the cost of the study. Are you aware from your conversations with Mountain Water whether they have the account information available to actually conduct a depreciation study?
I haven't asked them, but I haven't asked them. I'm under the impression they don't, but I've never asked them that pointed question.
Do you know how much a depreciation study would cost?
Yeah, it's in the millions if you do it correctly.
Millions of dollars. Okay, so we get depreciation studies filed with us routinely by regulated entities, mostly investor-owned utilities. Your expectation is that those depreciation studies cost millions of dollars?
I probably overstated that, but how many water depreciation schedules from a public utility do you guys have?
Depreciation schedules? How many of the public utilities file
I mean,
depreciation studies is your question?
Studies.
It would be less than electric utilities. That's a fair assertion.
Well,
But I guess my question is really this. Your assertion in the memo is that basically that it doesn't make sense to do this because of the PSC. But I'm wanting to find out, do you actually have information of whether the utility could do it?
I know there's been two that have tried, and they've both been turned down.
Okay.
There may be more than two. And I know one of the companies that they used is a national firm known for those kind of studies. And I listened to someone from that company speak at, I don't know if it was NARUC or Michigan State, but he said they were very expensive. Maybe he didn't say millions, but I got the very strong impression that they cost a lot of money And I know that Mountain Water District can't afford that. And the other thing I said was, they could go have one done, and if it wasn't acceptable, then they would have spent all that money and not recovered it. And even if they had one that was successful, I haven't done the math because I don't know the cost. I'm not sure that it would really cash flow. Would they come out ahead, even if they paid all that money for a study and got a different number?
Well, but that's a very different, that not knowing is very different than your assertions in your memorandum. Would you agree?
I know that there are many eastern Kentucky, and Kentucky, not just eastern, that disagree with 62 and a half. I know that.
That's not what I'm asking about. I'm asking about, you said, no utility. No utility. And that none can successfully mount. You made a very specific assertion, but I just want to make sure it's clear. You haven't looked into this specific to this situation, right? You haven't looked at what a depreciation study would have cost, or whether the cost of that would have been in excess of the difference that you would get if it was actually based on actual lives versus the midpoint of NARUC.
You're correct. No, I have
Okay.
not.
And have you read the ARF orders that specifically talk about the alternative rate filing orders that specifically talk about, like the staff reports, about why 62 and a half is chosen?
It was my understanding it's chosen simply because it was the midpoint of a study, one which they had no better study at the time.
Okay. So if there was an alternative study, then that would maybe change that.
Yes, like the
Okay.
AWWA's buried no longer, buried no more, whatever it is. And also the NARUC study does say, absent of any other information.
How much is the test year depreciation expense different between 62 and a half and 55 for mains?
I don't have that number because I don't have the 62 and a half down here anywhere, so I don't have the difference.
But that would be what Mr. Rucher was talking about, that the updated testimony is going to represent. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't know if it's in the thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of dollars?
Well, I know it's not millions.
Okay.
But no, I don't know what it is.
Okay. And then, I guess the last thing is, it's a chicken and egg concern I have, is the utility gonna follow the depreciation rate, or should the depreciation rate that's in rates follow what the utility is doing? But here, we have no account information to determine how long these assets are actually existing, right?
I totally understand. It gives me some comfort that 55 is within NARUC's range.
And then finally, do you know what percentage roughly of the district's assets are ductile iron versus PVC or some other plastic?
Yes, it's on that technical memorandum. It
Okay.
might not be in percentage form, but I think it may be in inch-feet form, maybe.
So that 80% of the lines are PVC and only 20% are ductile iron?
Yeah,
That sound
and
about right? I mean, it's
it's in there.
that, I'm just reading from the chart. It is,
Yeah.
the table is in here.
And the AWWA study, Buried No More, gave PVC 55-year life regardless of the conditions, of the lane conditions.
But, okay. Regardless of installation conditions, does that also apply to, when you say laying conditions,
Yes.
that's distinct from soil? That's distinct from your concern around soil composition?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of that.
Is installation or laying conditions distinct from the composition of soil?
No, I used them interchangeably.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with whether the lines are appropriately the ditches are appropriately bedded? That's not, quote, installation conditions?
That's not part of the 55-year, the technical memorandum for the 55 years. That is a problem,
That was separate
but that's a
testimony.
different problem. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I just have one more question. If you could, I think I'm confusing myself, so I'm just gonna, on the water loss, they were at 27, you're proposing 22%. And is it the goal of the company to get to 15?
It's the goal that, like he said, the goal is to get to zero, but
To, to zero. And do you have any idea how long that, to get, I mean, you made it to 19 and I don't know how many months, but do you have any kind of time frame that you're looking at?
it's impossible to predict. Maybe if we talked again in 4 months, when we saw them through the summer months, maybe we could see more of a trend that we could depend on.
Do you know if they track it on a monthly basis?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll take a short recess, we'll come back for redirect, Mr. Woodruff.
I have no redirect for the
All right,
witness.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll take a short recess and we'll let you call your next witness, Mr.
Thank you.
We're back on the record in case numbers 2022-00366 and 00367. Mr. Rucher, would you like to call another witness?
As our last witness, the district calls Kevin Lowe.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat and state your name and address for the record.
Name's Kevin Lowe. Address is 4070 Raccoon Road, Raccoon, Kentucky, 41557.
Ruger?
Mr. Lowe, are you employed by Mountain Water District?
Yes,
And how long have you been employed by Mountain Water District?
just over 24 years.
What is your current position with Mountain Water District?
Office manager.
And how long have you held that position?
That position for 15 years.
Okay, and what are your duties as office manager?
I supervise several office employees. I balance bank accounts, make sure we have all of our office supplies, do minor IT work.
Okay. Could you briefly describe your educational background?
Yes, I have a degree in accounting from the University of Pikeville and a master's of business administration from Morehead State University.
Okay. In the course of your work as office manager of Mountain Water District, did you assist in the preparation of Mountain Water District's applications to adjust its water and sewer rates that are the subject of this hearing?
Yes, I provided data.
And was your primary assistance in the development of the usage and revenue analysis?
Yes,
And in the course of your work, did you prepare or supervise the preparation of responses to commission requests for information in today's cases? And are you listed as the responsible witness for those responses?
yes,
Okay. And do you have any changes or corrections to make to those responses?
no,
Okay. If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
yes.
Hand the witness over for examination by commission staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lowe. Just one question for you. We're looking at the response to staff's first request for information. Item 36 is one that you answered, and it includes a 3/4 inch water connection cost estimate. Can you confirm, is Mountain District adding a 3/4 inch water connection or tap fee to the tariff? Or is that in reference to a different category, the 5/8 inch by 3/4 inch possibly?
It is the 5/8 by 3/4 inch.
Okay, so there's no actual new category. Anytime in this response we saw the 3/4, it's in relation to that 5/8 inch.
Right, that's correct. We're not adding a new category.
Okay. Thank you, that's all we have from staff.
I don't have any questions.
Nothing?
Any redirect on Ms. Fell's question?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. May I
you.
step down? Anything else from the applicant, Mr. Wucher?
No, sir.
Okay. I would like to talk about some post-hearing items. I know that you all have an interest in submitting the case, or, I've already proposed to submit the case even prior to us seeing the hearing. Well, first, let me see. I probably didn't make it clear on the record, but I did agree to enter your Mountain Water number 2. I don't think I necessarily said that out loud, so that'll be placed into the hearing record. I know you all asked the case to be submitted even without the hearing, so I assumed, based on some of your questions and that time is of the essence. However, I would like to give you the opportunity to file a post-hearing brief after a post-hearing discovery takes place. Would you like to do so?
Can I provide you with an answer by the end of the week? I'd like to go ahead and consult with the client so
Yeah.
they can determine whether it's worth the effort to go ahead and do that, or so as not to delay the ability to get the case closed.
So 2 items on that. Certainly, and you don't actually have to let us know. The reason I ask is because I would like to, when we enter a post-hearing procedural schedule this week, I'd like to go ahead and include a date by which you would file that, should you choose to do so. So all I need today is an amount of time post-data request or post-hearing that you would need to file a brief if you wanted to do it.
May I ask, what would your expected response time be? What
It's-
would you
let me-
expect the district to respond?
So that would be the
to
question.
data
So we can get
request?
the data request to you, we can get the data request issued on Friday. How much time, having heard the questions today, how much time would you need, do you think, to respond to those questions?
A week, 7 days.
Okay. So if the data requests are issued on August the 18th and responded to on August the 25th, and I guess, given the understanding you all probably would have a good idea of what the case looks like, given that you guys are going to be in control of the post-hearing data request responses, how much time following the 25th would you like if you choose to file a brief?
I would suggest that you give the district an additional 10 days at the most. And if I may, if we decide that it's, we'd like to waive the right to submit a brief or post-hearing statement, we'll just notify the commission and request that the case stand submitted.
That'd be fine. I'm going to go ahead and make it 2 weeks, only because there's a federal holiday in the interim. I want to give you an opportunity
To take advantage
to
of
take
it?
advantage of it.
So you don't have to work that day?
You
So I
and the,
can work that day.
you and the folks at the district. So we'll give you till September 8th to file the brief, should you choose to.
And
And
if
you-
our preference is to not do that, we'll notify you immediately so you can take action regarding closing.
My preference would be that,
Determining the
yeah.
record.
Just a letter or notice of filing, whatever it may be, a submission, whatever you'd like if you choose not to file the brief. I would ask, if you choose to file a brief, this is the last item, that you specifically address, to the extent that you would like, but that you specifically address how do I say this? The precedent of the imminent, or compliance with this, compliance with precedent or legal support for the imminent wage increases. The ones that are seemingly, based on the testimony today, contingent upon approval of a rate increase.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything else, Ms. Bell?
Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Woocher?
No, sir.
All right, thank you all very much. This hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.